What's up, guys? Just communicating with some folks. Trying to get things sorted so that we can get the tournament underway. We've got a giveaway that we've got 3 giveaways, I guess, that we'll be doing. And they're going to be fairly arbitrary in how we handle it. More than likely, what it's going to be is I'm going to have, giveaways at 3 different times throughout the stream. Whoever guesses the 2-digit number that I've invented in my head, just DM me what DLC you want. I'll hit up Hitman Hippo, who's got the Connect with CA, and I can organize between the two of y'all exactly how to get your hands on it. My understanding is that it's Steam keys. But once we get everything sorted away with the tournament and we determine who exactly is going to be getting them, we'll get a little bit more in-depth with the coordination. So I'll let y'all know when it's time for that. But until then, we're just chilling and we're waiting for everybody else to be showing up in here. And we'll get it underway in just a moment here. Alright. Well, we got a last-second replacement for one of the people. Dov is not going to be playing. Dov plays, if y'all know who he is. He was going to be playing, but he's not now. He's just going to be casting, somebody else instead. Let me go hit up, Lore Master, then. Although we're not doing Dom. Our first match is going to be Conquest, actually. I have absolutely no freaking experience with it, so it's going to be... Well, I mean, that's not entirely true. Not nearly as experienced with it as I am with Dom, so... It's going to be messy as hell. We'll get our boy in here. Okay, so we'll chill here for a minute. It's gonna be a pick 3, band 1 type of tournament. Let me find... Where the hell are the rules at? There they are. Because I don't even know what map we're on. Oh, Galbaraz, okay. As far as I know, it's a fairly flat map. Yeah, it looks like it is. So for Conquest, I'm actually going to be playing something a little bit different from what I usually do in Domination mode. Or I generally play a lot of Chaos factions. I'm going to be playing Kislev Empire. And I will probably mix in the Warriors of Chaos as my other faction. My game plan is to play the skirmish game a little bit more than I otherwise would, and see how far that can take me. Damn. Alright. Well, we're waiting on him. I don't know where he's at. But as soon as he's here, we can get it all sorted out and rolling. Are we getting, Okay, that's somebody else. But we'll talk to... We got a new player messaging me right now. I'm gonna talk to him for a second. Love some coaching. Playing a couple weeks. Yeah, it's a shit ton to digest.
Sure.
Damn. In the absence of our opponent being here, y'all go watch Outer Region play right now. Outer Region's actually got his opponent there. Mine is MIA for now. I don't know where the hell they are. It might be a minute before we get set up with them. I'm gonna be doing one of the raffles in round 2. In between rounds. I'll be jumping into it then. Alright, slick. Here comes Sotek. He's finally found his way over to us. And we got a newer player who wants some coaching for a little bit later. And in the interim, I'm just going to be downloading all the replays from the new player tournament that's going on. That's what I'm normally doing around this time on Saturdays. We just had this tournament pop up that Hitman Hippo was organizing that sounded like a lot of fun. Here we go. And what factions are you playing? Sweet. Here we go. He's here. Without too much further ado, we'll be kicking it off now. I'm top of bracket. Oh, he's top of bracket, so. So he's picking 3 factions and then banning 1, and then I just get to pick whatever I want to play into that, or I get to pick whichever faction I want to play into the remaining 2, and then he picks from the remaining 2 that he's got to run. We're going to be trying to play Kislev here. Don't tell anybody, though. I just gave up the game, but don't tell anyone. Slanesh, okay, fair enough. Alright, he's picking lizards, demons, and Nurgle. I'm banning. Bet your ass that I'm banning demons. So we're playing Kislev, and he's going to be playing other lizards or Nurgle here. There they are. Let's try and get sorted for what we want, lords and characters wise. Okay, we're playing against lizards. Lizards versus Kislev can be kind of tricky for sure. It's not a particularly simple matchup for Kislev. At least not in Dom. I don't actually know how it works out on the other side of the other side of things in land battles and conquest. Here you go. While we're waiting, y'all can check out the current win rates for domination mode at the very least. I'm gonna try and make sure that my army isn't just a total catastrophe here. Have something vaguely competitive. don't actually know if I need this spell, but we're gonna hang on to it just in case. No, not super useful. Probably this. Alright, this is looking fairly competitive. Alright, we got some healing, we got some shooting. We need some armored infantry. Cut them, grab them. How's this gonna work out? There's definitely gonna be some things I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for. Rocking up into the lizards with this army, but I think that we could, play it out fairly feasibly without too many problems. Nah, okay, that's too expensive. Now we got our magic sorted out here. Okay, so I'm ready. Ready as I'll ever be, I suppose. Game plan wise for the build I've got, I'm going to be trying to control the objective a little bit. It shouldn't be too terribly difficult for me. I do have some pretty high quality stuff available for my army. I am probably going to need to be a little bit careful though. Not overextending at any one juncture, or I could get into some serious trouble. I'm gonna ready up. I'm as prepared as I'll ever be here, I guess. Yeah, what's up, Adam? We'll try and get it done, Dust. We'll figure it out. I've never played Sotek before, so I don't even know how good he is at the game. But, I mean, I know he plays plenty of campaign and stuff. I've seen him go head-to-head against Turin and did fairly well, so it's not gonna be easy. I know he's pretty talented. I'm just excited to have been invited to the table. So there's two people who I'm most worried about in the tournament. That's Outer Region and Pigman. So Pigman's filling in for Dov, and I know is really good. Outer Region's always doing weird, wacky builds, and I can never get a read on him, so I think he's going to throw me for a loop. Everybody else I have confidence against, for the most part. Corn versus Lizards. Dude, Corn Lizards is pretty damn tough. I can't lie. It's not an easy matchup. Lizards get so many good answers for your heavy armor. And if you go too wide trying to counter like skink builds and spearman hordes, or not the spearman hordes, but the spear rider hordes, they can just run you over with the Shredder of Lustria or something. Alright, here we go, guys. LOL. Okay, it's probably gonna be suffering. I don't think so, dude. I don't even know what to do without being able to summon stuff in. I'm gonna have to actually play cleanly and not flub all of my troop movements. I don't actually think I want to open up with anything on the objective. I think that's actually going to be a really bad idea, because the idea behind my build is I'm going to try and value trade as much as possible. I'm going for a very long, like, skirmish phase. Can you deploy vanguards anywhere weird? You totally can. Okay. So we have to actually kind of watch our backs here. Gonna start off with a scout force for my own back zone because I'm playing defensively. Closing the gap for me is not nearly as important as it's gonna be for my opponent here. Like, Sotek is gonna need to close in. My goal is to try and stay back for a little bit and just value trade. Pop slows, get value out of Little Grom, and we brought restock on the Druzhina, and I'm going to see if I can stock up the Horse Archers, stock up Little Grom a little bit, and try and dominate the game like this. And we'll keep a Winged Lancer right here. Or maybe the Winged Lancer can scout this back corner. And the Griffin Legion can come forward and be my attack piece. We'll keep the Druzhina up here too. And our caster's going to sit back here. She's just going to use Ice Maiden's Kiss, Ice Sheet, and potentially Frost Blades to try and keep the lizards honest here. Okay, so he's got Geltblom's Terror, he's got Mazda Mundi. Alright, I don't think there's anything in the back corners here. So we're gonna poke. We're gonna swap over to the Bastiladon a little bit. We'll dodge. Did we move our infantry forward at all? I guess we can. Also, I have no idea even what fruit rolls are. I've not, because I don't play Conquest. I'm horrendously unfamiliar with them. He's got the Pawhawk Sentinels flying all the way around the back here. I don't know what the hell's going on with my frickin' dude here. Come on, open up. Just decided he didn't want to shoot, so we get a nice shot there. We're poking away. We're going to shoot the Geltblom's Terror a little bit here. And we got Skink Skirmishers advancing some. We can use the Armored Cossars and these Cossars here, as well as the Streltsy, to hammer these guys down. And rotate around. Let's kind of poke away here. Let's hit these Salamanders as well. They'll be a really good target. You need to pull back. We need to pull the Streltsy back a little bit. I'm drifting forward a little too much. Yeah, here come the Pawhawk Sentinels, who we're going to focus down. We're going to get in here. Pull back, pull back. Shoot here. That's a really good rock drop. Really nice punish. Hammer here, we'll charge in here, and we'll turn around and shoot, and we'll send back these guys to go hammer in, and maybe go after this dude. Just need to pull back, we need to get away, we'll turn the Streltsy around, and we're over pursuing with our Cossars, which is definitely not ideal. We're getting some pretty nice damage. We just need to rally our forces up and keep running here. Ooh, that was a really nice ruination of cities there. Let's keep running. Let's get in here. We got a breakthrough going on. Slow these guys down. Let's get the Griffin Legion out. Oh, he did have Chameleon Stalker. Sneaky, sneaky. Let's get over there. Let's run these guys down. Ah, it's not going too well, I can't lie. Let's go hammer home. Get in there. Let's try and get this away. I think we're going to get out-muscled by the lizards here. I think I was going for something a little hopeful with my build. It ain't starting off too hot. Really nice cast of Banishment. We're gonna get back in here. Try and get away here. Geltblom's Terror bullying me a little bit. The Horse Archer's doing alright. Turn little Grom around. Shoot here. And here. These Streltsy are running. They're pretty much donezo. I'm not 100% sure we've got the armor piercing to be able to handle the rest of this game. Let's try and get away from here. Let's get away from here. You know, not having any big monsters to fight in melee combat's the big issue that I've got here. He's doing a really good job of poking me down other areas of the battlefield. So we got a crush through. We got a breakthrough there. We finished that thing off. We just need to figure out how we're gonna kill the Geltblom's Terror. I have no freaking idea how we're gonna manage that. A little dodge going on. We're gonna charge in here. Come back over and poke this down. The Streltsy rallied. Maybe they can save little Grom here, and we do have some Streltsy rallying over here too. Oh, and he got a really nice net on my Drugina. Brutal, brutal catch there. Can we kill Geltbloms before we lose that, though? I guess we can also charge in there. He never capped the point. Yeah, little Grom's gonna die here, unfortunately. And there's Streltsy going down. Really good ruination of cities that I'm not paying attention to. Man, Warbear Riders I think would have been the way to go. I think I went a little too skirmish heavy. And I don't have any healing at all, which is pretty painful. So we're gonna pull away now. Let's go save these Streltsy. We're fighting Chameleon Stalkers. Good focus fire. Horse Archers very low. I didn't get the time to skirmish. He kind of rushed me down. My opening was also just not super strong. The Winged Lancers just weren't quite doing it for me. How'd the Pawhawk Sentinels do? They did really well. Holy crap, I got a lot of value. It's pretty impressive, man. Yeah, that's gonna be army losses for me. That's brutal. Unfortunate. Good stuff. Okay, so Dragina and the kiting not really gonna work in Conquest, it looks like. I probably just need some heals and to just go a little bit taller. I do think the Streltsy are a good idea. I don't know about the Kossars. They seemed a little lackluster. Source Warriors were okay. Rip. I'm gonna get back to the drawing board for Conquest. I probably could have kited a little bit more, and I think maybe Blizzard would have been a much stronger spell than trying to go for these slows that, honestly, they didn't really synergize with my build very well. Cavalry was alright, Horse Archers were okay, Grom was bad, Dragina was okay. Just couldn't quite get it flowing properly. Mazdamundi was a nightmare. Geltblom's Terror was also pretty damn strong. And I really should have focused down the Sentinels early. I don't know how I didn't see the Chameleon Stalkers. Yeah, we'll do better next round when we're on familiar territory. What map are we playing on for the next round, anyways? Let me go get that, let me go get the replay. What map are we on for the next round? We're on... Oh yeah, Cassars. God, yes! Beautiful. Who here knows how to play Conquest? Like, what's good in Conquest? Because I have absolutely no idea. I did no preparation for this tournament. My plan was to just absolutely raw dog it. Alright, Domination will go with our more common standby factions. I'll be mixing in Vampire counts, though. Vampire counts, Khorne, and Beastmen are going to be my my choices here. We'll see what ends up happening with our opponent and what they're going to be rolling up with. Also, we'll go ahead and do one of the DLC getaways. I'm going to type it in chat what the instructions will be. Sweet. Tell me what number I'm thinking of in my head, and you may or may not get a DLC. That's how I'm going to do it. It's going to be very straightforward. I'm not going to be overthinking it. I'm sure other people are going to have a much more rigorous method, but I don't have that many people in my stream, so whoever gets close enough, you get your DLC of your choice. So go crazy, have fun. You know what? Let's actually go back. Let's game plan a little bit for some future games. Jujina definitely wasn't the play there. I don't know how Castalton would be. Him coming in with Soliax, Ward, Blaze of Devotion. On horseback, 1500, not that expensive. Rolling him around with the Frostworm, I think, might be a good idea. Could always just do Zarina Katarine, though. Maybe the Ice Witch. Although I think Katarine would be better. We'll do Death Frost on the Frostworm with Guardian Call. And then Arcane Conduit. Crystal Cloak, and then you can do Ice Maiden's Kiss to clear out Skinks. A Patriarch for heals with Solyax. And then I've got something that can actually go and fight the Geltblom's Terror and attract attention, and then I can go for more guns. Because I think more Streltsy would be the better option for me. And the Armored Kossars were fairly solid, probably just a couple of them. Or maybe forgo them and bring Kislevite Warriors with Kossars to back that up. And then I can do my Horsemen. 2 Griffin Legion might be a good idea. If I were to replay against the Lizards, I think this would be my build next time. I don't know how good the Crystal Cloak lasts 31 seconds, so popping Death Frost and then being able to refresh with Ice Maiden's Kiss, I think would be more than enough over the course of a long game to be able to grind out a bunch of value as well as damage mitigation. Guardian Call, the Snow Leopard summons, they're honestly not bad. They can do some pretty good work for you. Being able to jump around and chew on enemy units. I can do some pretty good work there. Maybe I don't need Griffin Legion, though. Maybe the Horse Archers are the wrong way to go about this. Maybe it's War Sled Kite. Elemental might not be bad either. It could be a good option. I mean, Horse Archers are fairly good battlefield control and domination mode, but I'm not actually sure if that's what you need for Conquest. Probably not in land battles either. So the games go by really quickly. So maybe just raw dogging it with a gun line for Kislev's the better way to go. Bring those guys, and then do... What happened if you brought 5 Streltsy? I don't think you can do that with fruit rolls, right? I was reading up on it last night. My understanding for Conquest and land battles is that you gotta limit on exactly how many duplicates you can bring of any one unit. I think the maximum is 4. Maybe a little Grom could work if you've got Zarina to protect it. Because the issue that last game was that I just didn't have cover for Little Grom, and it just kind of got isolated by the big dinosaur, the Geltbloms, and it just kind of munched on this poor little artillery piece. If you can keep the Patriarch, the Patriarch, Zarina, and Little Grom near one another, maybe you wouldn't have such a hard time. The Kissify Warriors are good AP, so you can keep one with Little Grom there as well. You got the Streltsy kind of set up around. You can screen with the Kissify Warriors and these Armored Kossars. This Kossar Spear can also kind of set on the flank, while the Horse Archers roll around. And they can poke at Lizardmen Skirmishers, and they can also charge them down, because they're still respectable in melee combat. Their armor's really low is the biggest issue with them. So maybe cut that. Cut this. I mean, this is still fairly faithful to what I had that last game, while still being, I think, a little bit more flexible and well-tuned. Alright, slick. Let's go see who we got for the next round. Next round is moving forward. Alright, so it's going to be me and Pigman. Pigman is going to be rocking up in here on our home turf, and maybe we can do a little bit better. We'll have to see, though. Who's top of bracket? Alright, Pigman's top of bracket, so then we've got to kind of do the exact same thing. We get to kind of counterpick a little bit. We probably rock it with the Beastmen. Depending on what it is that they're going to be playing. Alright, Pigman's making the army picks now. What's up, Aurelian? You need a DLC, bro? If you guess my two-digit number in my head, you got 3 opportunities to guess for a DLC. And if people aren't participating in that, I'll just give them away to people who have actually messaged in the chat. And I'll send you Hippo's way, and you can get whatever you want if you need something. But yeah, welcome, dude. We're just doing the streamer tournament, and then when we're done with this, whether we get into the top 4 or not, if we do, great. If we don't, whatever. I'm going to be going and doing new player tournament replays, which is what I'm usually doing around this time. This is just a little bit of a diversion from what I'm usually doing. Okay, so Pigman's banning Ogre Kingdoms and has Wood Elves, Grand Cathay, and Kislev. So... We're banning Wood Elves. We're picking Beastmen. We're going to get really dirty with this. Beastmen are one of the best factions for domination mode right now. And they're by far my strongest faction. Although Beastmen aren't as dominant as people say they are right now. They're struggling a little bit. They're struggling against, actually struggling a lot against Kislev, which could be what Pigman brings in. I do think that I've got a pretty good build against Kislev, though. 47, 81, and 12. Not quite. You can do another 3 set of numbers, though, if you want, Aurelian. Roll it in there. Like I said, I'm going to just let people guess away as much as they want, and then we'll get in and figure it out from there. Oh, we're doing Grand Cathay versus Beastmen. Okay, sick. We'll bring our pie in the sky boy here. While we're counterpicking, I'm gonna move y'all away from here for a minute. Here you go. This is where Beastmen are sitting right now. Grand Cathay and Kislev, a little bit up and down. I honestly think that Grand Cathay's not too tough for the Beastmen. But we're going to find out here for sure. Oh, and we're on Cassars. So let me stick it up over here. Thought Dav was going to be jumping in here, but apparently not. Do we want to bring these guys, or we want something a little chunkier? Give me a minute while I figure out my build here. Definitely one of these guys. Maybe not in the opening? Actually, yes, in the opening. Then in reserve, we bring this. A little bit of funky chowder with the starting funds. Maybe we'll cut those guys. We can bring them in the second wave. I'm not super opposed to it. We'll do something like this. Couple these. Couple dims. Or maybe just one of these. I think I'm going to bring a little bit of a meatier build than I normally would for the Beastmen here. We have 750 gold. We'll throw these guys in here as well. $15. Sure, looks nice. We could go with one of these big beasties, but I actually think I've got a pretty solid build here. I'm not going to deviate too much from this. Alright, let's get it rolling. I'm gonna flip y'all back over. I can do some participating at least. I appreciate the enthusiasm, Aurelian. Well, you can get a key anyways. 2572.96. You're really close. I'm not gonna tell you on which one. But you're just two off on one of your picks there in that second set. I'll give you a little bit of some battleship type info. It's a smallish starting army for Grand Cathay. We do need to be careful of the big dragon. Because the dragon characters that Cathay can bring in actually pretty damn good against the Beastmen. Because Zhao Ming especially has really good clear on lightly armored infantry. I do have a fair amount here. I'll try and keep these guys back in reserve, and we'll get our infantry formation forward. I think we actually do want to play the middle objective and the number 3, because they can obviously bring artillery. And they can line up just bowling pins on the number 1. Really don't want to let my entire force get absolutely canned by Artie in the early game. I'm going to try and keep it a little bit looser than that. I'll just do a big ol' control group for all the infantry here. Zangors are really solid. They're very good line holders. They're not going to be amazing at clearing through Jade Warriors. But that's kind of what the Razor Gore is for. And then also Besties, depending on how many my opponent has. And I think they're honestly just a really nice mid-tier infantry unit. We've got some Centigores, we've got some throwing axes, we've got a Cockatrice in here as well for the slow, just to help out Malagor if he's getting threatened a little too much in the air. These things are actually much better than I think a lot of people realize. Their melee attack is pretty respectable at 46, and they've got that progressive slow. So if we can catch something, lock it down in the air, and use our throwing axes and then Ungor Raiders to punish it, that'd be really nice. Alright, so yeah, Shugengon Lord with Dragon's Breath. We got 3 Jade Lions coming in here. That's freaking hilarious. Alright. Honestly, I kind of like it. These things are pretty annoying. They can do pretty respectable damage. They'll be very good at clearing out the infantry. My opponent has a ton of Peasant Long Spears. We're going to actually try and keep our dudes back here. Really good breath attack. We'll line up. We're going to fly around. We'll pull back a little bit. Use the Razor Gores to try and catch these things real quick. Try and poke away a little bit. Malagor's just going to kind of run around and do his thing. And we'll scoot up over here and take this. We'll get our Senties in. We're going to fly, do our thing. Hold back here. Damn, that does a lot of damage. Holy crap. Really nice cast, truth be told. Really beautiful stuff. And we're going to land on the ground. And we'll try and catch the Shugengon Lord here. Dude, poor Malagor is getting bullied here. Oh my god. Come on, get out of here, bud. So we got a fight going on here in the middle. I'm going to get around the flank. We're going to charge down here. We're going to get our Senties in position. And we'll blast away here. We're going to have our opponent come in and land on us, but we're going to have some Bestigors moving up, I think, in a minute here. Actually, just get some Senties to try and shut these guys down. We need our chariot screaming in here. Let's get back up in the air and make sure that our opponent's lord stays stuck on the ground here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out back. Drop this here. Doing a really good job of clearing out my Ungors, which is not ideal. I like the breath attacks, dude. They're super powerful. They've actually done a lot of damage to my units. We got a nice little lead here from my opponent. We're gonna push up now, try and get the charge off on these peasant horsemen. I mean, so Cathay is doing pretty good damage, but they haven't really cleared out anything that's all that important yet. Mostly just been doing damage to, like, trashy units here, which I'm not too worried about. The peasant horsemen are kind of being thrown in here. We'll get another Senti up and try and take a fight against these big boys. We're holding the middle nicely. We just need to throw some bodies forward and just need to keep using the Razor Gore Chariot effectively here. Because it's going to be very good for controlling pace of fights. My opponent's going to run out of his breath attacks eventually. It's been really strong up to this point. Just keep running away here, and we got the peasant horsemen isolated. Run over these guys here. See if we can surround the Shugengan Lord before it gets up in the air. If we can actually lock it down, we might be able to kill it. Let's pull away from there. My opponent might be moving up on this objective over on the side. We're going to bring a Bestigor up to go chill there. Alright, Malagor wasn't able to quite catch my opponent's slip in there. Alright, we're breaking down the Jade Lions finally. And these spearmen, dude, I'm telling you, Ungor's spearmen are one of the more annoying units in the game because they're kind of hard to just clear out if there's just numbers of them everywhere on the field. And they actually have surprisingly decent leadership. Just by virtue of having ITP, they can be really annoying to have to, like, constantly try and contend with and break down. Since he's kind of getting folded up here, I don't know if they're going to be able to get away. We might be able to pull my opponent through and crush those Jade Lancers. We're just going to keep chasing over there, which I don't think is that big of a deal. We're going to unsummon and actually move our stuff up here. And bring the Cockatrice in. So, I mean, we're just ignoring all of the peasant spears off on the side point, because they're not really that big of a threat right now. Keep back here. Just keep chasing with the Zangors. We got Malagor to, like, fly around the field and kind of keep our opponent occupied on those fronts. We actually got the Lord here. We'll just use the Cockatrice to fly in here and run that over. There's a big wave of secondary reinforcements coming in here. We'll push up the Bestigors over here. We'll pull our chariots out and just stuff a little bit. Unsummon all this stuff here. Well, we can use these Centigors to probably break this peasant spearman there. And we got the Zangors back here, and we'll rally them back to the point now that they've dealt with that back there. We'll unsummon. Cockatrice, come on, kill this war drum, pretty please. I'm begging you. I'm gonna use the Ungor Raiders to stuff there. And the Bestigors getting up to the middle point here is gonna be really nice. And the Wargors are still being really annoying, just by holding up my opponent's momentum. And keeping them off balance a little bit. Like, they've got multiple infantry units stuffed up back here that Cathay really needs to try and muscle the middle objective here. Not having them available right now is keeping me pretty secure on this point, because I've got the quicker infantry. And I've got higher quality infantry now, too. Like, this is where the Beastmen really take over games. As long as you don't get swept early, And you can persevere through your opponent's like really powerful spells and abilities early and break down most of their infantry. You can reinforce points so quickly that it's very difficult for your opponent to really get momentum. And keep chasing there. These guys are going to keep poking. We're going to keep chasing here. And just keep hounding these guys down. We got Jade Lancers moving up over here, but we got the Razor Gore Herds, who are very strong against those guys. We'll use the Blackhorn's Ravagers to maneuver over there as well. And summon. Razor Gore Chariot, kind of worn out now. It's done pretty respectable, though. We're gonna move over here with the Cockatrice as well. We'll keep chasing these Jade Warriors. Chasing, rushing in. Cockatrice has Petrifying Gaze. This is where we get a Centaur Throwing Axe out here. We're gonna use this slow so that my opponent can't escape from here. Or actually, we'll use it on these Peasant Horsemen. We'll land here. Just to keep them from taking this point. By the time we get over here, we should be able to get a surround on these guys. It's not really going to be anywhere for them to go either. Chariot needs to keep chasing. It's got like no HP, but it's got 3 models left. So like running over the infantry there is really not too terrible for me. Dude, the Jade Lion breath attacks are pretty nice. The Shugengan Lord got a shit ton of value early. It just kind of fell off in the mid-game, and Cathay didn't have infantry staying power to hold on to the points. Not having Harmony up for an extended period of time is pretty rough. Razor Gore Herd are really nasty, dude. They are actually kind of a hard carry unit against factions with, like, mediocre heavy cavalry. Because they wreck Jade Lancers, they do a ton of damage to Peasant Horsemen, and if they get surrounds off on the Jade Lions, they can do pretty decent work that way as well. Has the help been enough to push them up from the lowest? Not really. Cathay is just kind of weak. Cathay is really good with box builds in domination mode. They will be better once they get another DLC. And they get a little bit more aggressive with their like general attacking abilities. Like right now they have no aggressive infantry. Their cavalry is very limited in what it can do in pushing points as well. They don't have any skirmish cavalry either. So it's really just their range units where their DPS is concentrated. And so what typically ends up happening in the matchups for Grand Cathay is they just lose momentum if they don't have any shooting available to them. And that's kind of what happened to Pigman there. Had a ton of peasant archers in reserve, which I don't think is really the way to go. I think you could bring fewer shooting units and do a lot better. Higher quality into the Beastmen with like decent armor tends to be pretty effective. Beastmen do have plenty of answers to heavily armored stuff, but it's usually pretty expensive stuff, like Razor Gore Chariots, Centaur Great Weapons, you know, Minotaurs. Razor Gore Herd are the cheapest option that you have AP-wise that can do effective damage to everything. But they're also very squishy in their own right. So for Grand Cathay there, the triple Jade Lion was maybe a little too much of an all-in. It was great while it lasted, and they got pretty effective damage done with the breath attacks, but they're just not very strong in combat. Their collision attacks are pretty mediocre. You can probably do 2 and still pull off the exact same like style of build. And do Arcane Conduit. And Jade Amulet's actually really strong because it gives you a WOM reserve. So you get a big rebate on the spells you cast, and you can just get massive extra casts off. And Scales of the Celestial Court can be good if you want to use this character in combat, which isn't really a bad place to use her. She's like semi-heavily armored, decent melee attack. Melee defense is a little low, but still respectable, and pretty good weapon strength. Doesn't have a ton of AP, though. The big thing was chasing Malagor early, getting the caster caught on the ground for a little while. Malagor was able to squeak back up in the air and just kind of fly around and cast magic and start to really influence the fights. Dropping Enfeebling Foe and Flock of Doom, which are both really powerful right now in the meta. Having like a Crane Gunner or something coming out of reserve to poke Malagor once he was back up in the air, as well as just shoot down some of my mobility from afar and attract dives, most importantly, would have been really nice, because these things have really good range. They have a decent number of models. They're pretty squishy. You can't let them get hit, but Cathay actually is able to defend their backlines fairly effectively. You could just have a couple of Peasant Long Spears stay back early on, hold off from getting up on any points, and use them around the Crane Gunners to screen Centigores farther around the flanks, and then you can bring the Jade Lancers in. And Jade Lancers fold up Centigores if they get a good charge off. And Peasant Horsemen can do pretty decent work in that regard as well. They're only 400 gold, and they've got a decent charge bonus on them. Leadership and armor is what lets these guys down, but if they are getting counter charges, they can value trade upwards so easily for Cathay in this matchup. And then a couple Jade Warrior crossbows is also pretty nice, because they can counterfire the Ungor Raiders really well. But I think that was a little bit of just, you know, domination mode's pretty different from Conquest. Kind of like how I was struggling against Sotek in my game 1. I was really unfamiliar with the setups for my Kislev build against the Lizardmen. I think Pigman brought an interesting build, brought one that could have worked maybe against a different faction, but against the Beastmen and the quick reinforcements and having like some decently armored options available to me that I was able to kind of push out early, and especially having the Razorgore Chariot to break down the Peasant Long Spears with some good flank charges, kind of gave me the leg up there. Yeah, it helps if she gets caught, because the physical resistance is pretty huge. Beastmen don't have a lot of magic damage on the roster, outside of Sons of Goros and the Cockatrice, as well as their Eye of Moorsleep. That's the other units, other than the Jabberslice as well. So Jabberslice, Incarnate Elemental, Eye of Moorsleep, they all have magic damage. But outside of that, it's just the Sons of Goros and the Centigores. None of the Lords have magic damage. They do have some good secondary effects on some of them, like Thorax with the flaming attacks, the Dazed effect on the Doom Bull. So, you don't see the big monsters for the Beastmen too terribly often. Eye of Moorsleep sometimes. And the Incarnate Elemental can be really strong as well. I had almost thought about bringing the Eye of Moorsleep in this game. And I honestly am glad I didn't, because I think it would have been way weaker to the Jade Lion Swarm. because they would have had a really good target to fight. The problem that the Jade Lions ran into was once their breath attacks were done, they didn't have any way to punish the infantry numbers that I had. Because that's just not what they're designed to clear out. If I'd had a big monster, the build for Pigman would have been really hard to stop. And even having some Minotaurs would have been tough, because Minos are really good against large targets. But getting swarmed by multiple single entities, they can have a really hard time concentrating damage in any one area where they can get effective work done. What do you mean plays Lizardman normally? Like in domination mode? For Dom, there's actually a lot of people who play Lizards in Dom. Lizards are a fairly well-balanced faction for domination mode. Yeah, they're like right here, hovering around the top. You know, any faction that can get above 50% win rate's generally pretty strong. And even some of these factions that are a little bit lower down have really good matchups. Like, even Cathay. Like, Cathay beats the top faction in the game right now. Slaanesh actually has a really hard time against Grand Cathay. I don't know what it is, but I think it's just the fact that Slaanesh has quite a few lightly armored units that they're very reliant on, and Cathay has pretty good answers for those. Like Dragon Breath, very good for clearing out Hellstriders as well as Devoted Marauders, and Exalted Demonettes especially. Does give them a nice little leg up on the top faction right now. And Grand Cathay has good enough shooting that they can really hammer down the armored Chaos Warriors. And the only thing Slaanesh can really do against those kind of builds is really throw themselves into the like melee grind. They don't have a lot of shooting that they can work their way around the Cathayan forces with. Alright, let's go get our ass kicked by Human Boy. Get away from there. Okay. Well, hang around here and you'll get well informed. If it's domination mode, I've got a really good grasp on it. Conquest, I just don't have a lot of experience with. If I enjoyed it more, I'd probably be able to get more familiarized with it and do okay there. I'm by no means, like, a top player, but, you know, I'm, like, above average at best, I think. Anyways, let's invite our boy in here. We'll get flipped over to Conquest. Global ban Dowie. Rip dwarves. Oh, and I'm top of the bracket this time. Okay. Who the hell do we play? Maybe we just go with what's familiar to us. Ogre Kingdoms wouldn't be bad, maybe. I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on here with the bracket. Damn, I'm bottom of the bracket again? Okay, fair enough. Okay, and we'll go join his lobby. Yeah, player 1 picks 3, bans 1, so he banned Dowie. We'll see what factions he's going. Oh, I have a global ban? Really? How the hell did I miss that the first time around? No shot. I didn't even clock that. Oh. Alright, give me 1 sec. We'll ban Imp. Okay, so Dark Elves, Ogre Kingdom, Skaven is the choices right now. Dude, has everybody been doing this wrong? What the fuck is this, what is this pick and ban system? Bans when a player one, yeah, then picks their faction. Player 1 picks from the remaining 2 available factions. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I'm guessing that he just means that I'm probably banning Ogre Kingdoms. Who do we picking? Let's play some Warriors of Chaos. Screw it. Is the giveaway over? No, you can pick your 3 numbers. So the way it's working, if anybody can guess the numbers that I've got arbitrarily decided in my head, there's 3 different giveaways. If somebody can guess them, they're guaranteed that pick. Otherwise, what I'm doing for after we're done with the streamer tournament, and maybe right before the tournament ends, I'm going to pick 3 people randomly out of chat on a whim. Whoever is just, like, actually posting anything here, and I'll give them the opportunity to claim any of the DLCs that they want. Alright, let's see what we can do against the Dark Elves. I would guess is going to be a Human Boy's pick. Oh, okay. Warriors of Chaos versus Skaven is going to be the game here. I am so curious if my boy here is going to be any good against the Skaven. Alright, we're picking armies now. I will check back in a few minutes on chat and see if anybody has posted anything new for their for the giveaway. I think I actually want this spell. Should be really strong against the Skaven, I think. And do one of these stinky fellas. Is this a good... Nah, there's no way that's gonna work, right? That's a terrible idea. We're just gonna keep him back in the forest. Maybe bring this guy up if we need to. Yeah, let's get a couple of these guys. I don't think we need that. Some of these. Get one of those. Alright, good luck, have fun to my opponent here, human boy. I'm gonna be rocking it in now. It's been a very scuffed stream today. 2774 is one of the numbers I picked, so Aurelian was actually counting right. I'll hit you up. What DLC do you want, Aurelian? Think about that and DM me on Steam, and I'll send over to our boy Hitman. And Goot, you're not quite there. Aurelian got the high-end number. That's all I'm going to say. All the other remaining numbers that I've arbitrarily picked are all lower than 74. And do with that what you will. And there's no limit on the number of guesses. Y'all just go crazy. Whoever gets it, gets it. We've got some units that I can Vanguard fairly aggressively. I'm gonna actually stick a whole bunch of shit up in the trees here. It's not really anywhere else on the map that's great. Alright, so we've got no shooting of any kind whatsoever. We're going for just like a full rush army, and we're gonna hope that we can break the Skaven front line. And just get all up in the back of their army and rush them down. If we can do that, that'll be really beautiful. If not, then it is what it is, right? They're probably gonna have a just bananas load of garbage to throw out. Oh, these will be group 6. These guys are group 5. Alright, so we got our Lord and our caster up in the trees here. We've got Fleshy Abundance in the back pocket. This is really just for Archeon. We've got Spirit Leech and Burning Head. Burning Head for any Garbo infantry that we might need to break through early. Spirit Leech for Lords, although I wouldn't be super surprised to see somebody like Throt, who would be a little hard to Spirit Leech down. And we just want to break our opponent's army down as much as possible, while keeping Archeon available for any late game scenarios, because he'll be very strong as long as he's healthy in the late game. He ready? Oh, was he meaning... Oh, I think he was meaning earlier. Oh, no. Never mind. Here we go. Poison Wind Globes, lots of Rat Ogres. There's a Warlord on the Brood Horror here. I'm gonna use Archeon to try and brutalize him a little bit. I'd really like if my army was actually moving at full speed. Let's get around the back. Let's keep our caster here in the trees. Let's pull out. I'm going to use the hounds here to try and charge down the wolf rats. We can also go in here. We're taking a little bit of damage on Archeon. We're going to pull away now. We're mostly winning down here. We'll use the we'll charge these wolf rats down. We'll get back in here. Go in. Get back up through. Move around. Try and get through the front line. And get up on top of this stuff here. Alright, yeah, the Hellstriders, they're doing alright. They could be doing better. And the Sibyl and Slaughtercade needs to get the hell out of here. Let's try and run away with Archie.
A divine sensation. Charge them. Infected. Putrefy.
Let's get over here. No, get out of there. Ah! Yeah, Archeon's getting his ass kicked, but we're going to get a really nice cast here of Fleshy Abundance to try and mitigate the damage from this particular spell. And we actually got a nice breakthrough here. Just keep fighting. Keep charging. I'd love for my chariot to not be stuck in all of this mass. That would be super nice. Troll's not doing too hot. One of them's stuck up over here also, which is not where I want it to be. We did break through the Sibyl and Slaughtercade. Not really doing any damage. These are Skaven Slave Slings that I can't seem to escape from. Hellstriders are doing okay over there. Let's get our Aspiring Champions away. Let's get our Caster away. We've got the Poison Wind Globes shut down. He needs to kill these damn Jezzails, though. We can break through over there, too. We got another Aspiring Champ on the low ground here. We're losing some momentum for sure. Archeon's just getting absolutely hammered by all of these heroes, dude. Let's try and get them stuck here. And what is this? Warlock Engineer. Let's get our Aspiring Champions away. He's doing a good job of rallying some of this stuff up. I don't have much mobility. It's sketchy, dude. It's real sketchy. Aspiring Champions are looking alright. I got all... Dude, I just completely forgot about back here. Archeon's gonna get in over here. We got a good fight over there. We're gonna try and get our caster out of here so he doesn't die. We did lose the Sibyl and Slaughtercade here. We've still got a fairly healthy set on the field, though. Where can we use magic? Do we really even need any right now? I don't think so. We're gonna heal up Archeon again. Alright, the Rallying Marauders will be pretty nice. I don't know how much of a difference they're gonna make is the problem. We've still got these warlords and the Packmaster that I gotta deal with, and that's gonna be really difficult. Maybe we're okay, though. I'm gonna go try and isolate the Packmaster out here. And we've still got the infantry that's rallying in that's fairly healthy. Yeah, that's a Flensing Ruin that's gonna punish me really badly. Obviously, that spell is just incredible. No matter what, it seems. Come on, Archeon, get out of there, bud. Live, I need you. Hopefully these trolls rally. We've still got some dudes here. Let's try and peel a little bit. Let's keep grinding here. The Natty Bubos did get away. Archeon getting nailed right now, which is not ideal. Those Flensing Ruins, man, I'm telling you. Oh, and he actually used Verminous Valor here, which is pretty cool. I think Archeon's gonna lose out here. This is a few too many single entities. Is it just like single entities for days in Conquest or something? Kind of seems like it might be. The trolls are running. They're a million miles away. I don't know if they're ever gonna rally. Yeah, not looking great. I might not have the right kind of builds like tool in here for conquest and land battles. I'm thinking that maybe I need to be bringing some bigger monsters. That seems to be where my builds are faltering the most. Alright, we did get on top of the weapon teams. Archeon is like barely alive, but he's alive. My trolls actually are kind of rallying. There's his warlord. He's all the way over there. Yeah, no, Archeon routed as I was trying to use a spell for him. Oh, that's brutal. And that's the last Flensing Ruin that my opponent's gonna need there. Probably could have focused in on the Warlock Engineer a little bit more. Yeah, army losses hits. That was really well played, though. The Chariot was really bad. I didn't do a very good job microing it, to be fair. I kind of threw it up into a pretty mediocre position, and it just kind of got caught. I'd probably cut that, and maybe cut the Aspiring Champions. They didn't do too well. Didn't really get their value back was the big problem. And I think the, maybe the Chaos Sorcerer, not really the vibe either. It was these frickin' single entities, dude. They were crazy strong. I'm a little biscuit. I have no idea what human boy means. But anyways, I'm coming back. No, not quite, Goot. You're really, really close in your, in the 56.3 and 46 range. Your low-end guess? Really, really close. Yeah, you can message me. You don't have to add me on Steam. You can just, DM me. I don't see what else Skaven would run against Chaos. Yeah, that's fair. It was a really good game. It was really close. I think what I need... I think next time, honestly... I didn't really like my magic choices all that much in reflection. Because my opponent just had, like, regen on all of his characters. So, Spirit Leech, not super effective. Burning Head, not really tuned for weapon teams, more for killing the front line. I didn't really have a problem with the front line. I think I'd just bring Searing Doom on Archeon next time. And bring him with his items. Cut Kindle Flame, since I don't have, cut Kindle Flame. I'll bring Slayer of Kings and the Crown of Domination. I liked those. And I think I might actually bring Scylla next time. With Kill for Corn. And then I can do the, Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle. With Fleshy Abundance. And put him on the Rot Beast and cut all these abilities. Maybe that would work. Or I could just do these guys together, because they'd be pretty strong running in a Goon Squad. And just popping heals and dropping Searing Doom wherever I need it. Oh, and we're also not set up for Conquest either. And just max Hellstriders, because they seemed really good there against the Rat Ogres. Maybe the Swords of Chaos as well, and go for a much more mobile build. And then I don't bring any Aspiring Champions, and I just do a ton of Marauders. And I brought the Marauder Great Weapons in case there was Storm Vermin, but there weren't any. Maybe... I don't know if I even need to prepare for them, truth be told. The Trolls were pretty mid. Didn't love them. Maybe just some Forsaken. For speed. Because I got heals, I got magic. I've got, flaming damage with some AP. And just a bunch of really quick units that can, like, really swarm my opponent down. I think I would be a little bit better off if I went with a build like this. That's probably what would have worked a little bit better. No, the 3 was much closer, Goot. Yeah, raffle's still going on. Y'all just keep guessing until you get it. There's still 2 keys to give away. Aurelion got one. There's 2 for anybody who can guess the random 2-digit numbers that I've got left in my head here. Check the pinned comment or the pinned message for details. There's still 2 keys that I can give away. No. Not quite, Joe. Really close? Really close? Still no? Scrap for it, boys. It's first come, first serve, and it's just gonna be madness and chaos if you want it. I'm gonna go download new player replays as well, because that is something that we're gonna be doing once we're all said and done. Oh, wrong chat. Here we go. The streamer tournament's been fun. It's been a little slow going. I'm missing my folks for showing them the ropes and giving them the info to go above and beyond me. Corn versus ogres. We got a lot of replays from people, which is awesome. Some High Elves, Norska Warriors of Chaos, Norska Vampire Counts. I've been playing Vampire Counts a little bit in Domination mode. And they've kind of been a revelation. I mean, I used to play them in LAN battles and like Warhammer 2 when I, played with friends and stuff. Always enjoyed them. Oh, okay, hold on. 1 second. You can't DM me without adding me? There's no way. I mean, I get messages from people I don't know all the time, Aurelian. What's your Discord name, Aurelian? I'll message you, and then we can get it set up. Anyways, somebody did get this. I just gotta make sure that the person who got it is the first one to have said it. Yeah, Goot, you got it. 7. And Aggie and... Goot got it before you did, Aggie. Y'all are killing me. Okay, there you go. That's one way to do it, guys. Keep going. One of y'all is gonna get it eventually. With the 50-50. Y'all are like, y'all are a good ways off, though. I will tell you, it's between 7 and 73. There's still one more. Impeccable Orange? Okay. Oh, that's Orange Pest. It might be on your end, Aurelian. Do you have it set up for private modes? Oh, now y'all are going backwards? Okay. Aggie, you can have it. I'll just give it to you. You're the only other person guessing. It's 45. I didn't see anybody get it earlier. Oh, we had some people that were really close. Alright, Aggie, you can have it. You've shown the dedication. Just for going through the, jumping through the hoops. Going through the steps. Give me a minute, Aurelian. I'm not going to forget about you, man. I got to get into my next match, and then we'll get it rolling. As soon as I'm done with this, I'm not getting into top 4. I'll have a little more time to dedicate to making sure that y'all can get your keys. And it is any DLC that you want. Just let me know what it is that you are desiring, and I'll direct you to Hitman Hippo. And he'll make sure that y'all get what you're wanting. Because he's the one with the actual connection. What's Zoo's password? Oh, 3. Okay. Honestly, I've been pleasantly surprised at the quality of the Conquest games. Maybe I should just play that a little bit more. No, you're not gonna miss it. I promise, Aurelian. I'll get you. Make sure that you've got your own settings set up so that you can message people without having to friend them. Because I've definitely got my DMs open to everybody. No, you don't have to have added me or friended me or anything. Because I coach new players up all the time, I just leave it open for anybody. So I don't think it's anything going on my end. That is a very odd... Oh, this is from like 1,000,000 years ago as well. Okay. Who's top of bracket here? Yeah, send the DLC you want in Discord to me. It can be anything, and it's not just it's not just like single like faction packs either. Like if you want all of the factions from Omens of Destruction, you can get that. If you want all of Thrones of Decay, you can get that. Whatever you want, go crazy. Just DM me and I'll hit you up with Hitman. And am I top of bracket or is my opponent? God damn it! I keep exiting out of challenge. I keep going reflexively to Total Tavern because that's where I'd spend all my time. We're organizing it through the other more professional setup. I'm bottom of the bracket again every single time. Oh my god. Alright, Zoo is banning Beastman. Not super surprising. Alright, so we banned out Beastman Slash. So the two super high-level meta factions are off the table. Is there a way that I can get into the top 4? What's it look? I mean, Outer Region is undefeated. I don't think I'm getting in over him. Yeah, I doubt it. I really doubt I'm making top 4. Although my tiebreakers are pretty decent. If I win this round, and the people that I play carry the next couple matches, it might be possible to squeak in. It's probably on the outside option, though. Empire Dark Elves, Wood Elves, Ban Dowie. So, super skirmishy factions here for my opponents. He banned Dowie. I don't even play Dowie, so that's fine by me. We could do Ogre Kingdoms. Vampire Counts would be really nice as well. If we go Vampire Counts, then definitely ban Empire. Although, damn, they're not doing very well against any of the Elf factions. Kislev with a crazy high win rate against Empire. Not super surprising. Also beating Dark Elves. You know what? We're gonna play some Kislev. Alright, let's see if we can do better this time around on Kislev. Had a rough first game. And we're gonna get a Dark Elf matchup. I'm not too worried about that. Keep those guys in reserve. Start off with one of these. Before I forget, let me get out of here. I'll bring it over to take a little peeky poo at the win rates again. I've never played against Zoo before, so I have no idea how this is going to go. Kislev Warrior's not bad here. Oh, I've actually got a... I've actually got a build that I've used to great success against the Dark Elves before. Is that what I'm going to be rolling with, though? I think it might be. Maybe these guys ain't gonna be that good, though. We gotta be prepared for Kite. That's the big thing. Against the Dark Elves, they play Kite really, really well. That's the last thing that I can really afford to get flattened by here. gonna do a bunch of these guys, maybe a couple of these dudes, maybe just one. Perhaps this particular unit. Then we got a decent amount of money left over. Oh yeah, we need magic. So we'll do this, and then get this. Yeah. This looks solid. Oh, we need our guy on a war horse, though. Oh, shit. Where can I cut 200 gold from my starting army? God, dude, I'm having such a hard time figuring out what exactly I want for my last little bit of money. Because I'm worried about the High Elves, or the Dark Elves going full kite. Because it is really strong. Also don't want to, like, overtune for it. I think I do have a pretty solid idea of a build here now, though. And it should be pretty well-rounded. The things that are really scary against Kislev are the Cold One Knights. They can do some serious damage to you. They'll keep you on the back foot really hard if you're not careful. There you go. We'll flop over and we'll just wait for Zoo to be done. So, y'all are just showing up. Welcome to the Super Scuff stream. Once we're done with this round, unless we somehow get lucky and squeak into the top 4, we'll be doing replays from the new player tournament, which I'm very excited to get to finally. And we've got, oh my god, 40 replays. So we got content for days now. It's a really fun map. Edge of the Darkwood, I would say, pretty favorable for mobility factions in general. Probably going to be a little bit better for the Dark Elves. Doing a nice little, innovation, I guess, on one of our builds from earlier. Grom goes in a locked group with those Kislevite warriors. Their goal is to basically just sit there all game and draw aggro, while the rest of my army is going to be trying to clear my opponent's like infantry and just like pound down positions. And the Patriarch can go in there too. Patriarch's got the heals. The Druzhina is going to go run around with the horsemen. That's going to be group 4. We've got Griffin Legion, Streltsy, our Frost Maiden. They're going to go in, Frost Maiden's going to go group 2. Griffin Legion going to be group 3. I've got some Snow Leopards for anything big. I don't know how many big units the zoo is going to have. Pretty big army, all things considered. Where do I want to start out? On the number 3? Probably not. Dark Elves have really good kite in their own right. They got really strong chaff as well. It's going to be a pretty messy scrap, I think. We'll see how I can do clearing stuff out. All I've got on the Frostbane is Blizzard. I didn't bring Hawks of Miska, which might be a mistake. Hawks of Miska is really good for clearing out chaff. It's a little bit less expensive than Blizzard. Maybe I can get some good blob punishes, though. Let's get up here. Raven Heralds are here, some Harpies, and just a shit ton of Dread Spears and stuff. Oh, and a Dark Sorceress with Soul Stealer. Nothing super shocking. I'm actually going to use my Druzhina to go poke the Raven Heralds. We're going to grab the number 2 objective here. And for a big horde of infantry, I actually think the Griffin Legion are going to be really important here. So he just brought out Dark Riders. So you can tell how much supplies your opponent has if you pay attention to what they've summoned out. He's got about 600 in the bank, or 700. These guys are going to be really nice to have. Keep moving up. Little Grom is going to open up here. We've got the Harpies moving up through the trees. I'm going to try and hit some of these infantry and just start poking them down. Little Grom does just hit really hard in general. And let's poke down the Harpies. Because they'll be annoying, like, trying to land on my stuff. I'd like to try and prevent that as much as possible. I'm going to chill here. I actually charged in. We're going to pull back. Taking a little bit of damage there, nothing too serious. We'll get the other Griffin Legion out in a minute. Let's hammer the Dark Riders. A little bit more damage on the Horse Archers than I really wanted here. We're getting some good fire in on the Harpies. We're going to shoot them down pretty quickly. The Dark Riders, they're struggling a little bit. Move over. I'm going to use our Griffin Legion over here to screen some. Or we can just take a head-up fight here. Those are just regular old boys. They're not going to do too hot if we focus them down. We'll get another Griffin Legion up. And just keep shooting here. Hammering these guys down. We're going to pull out here. We're going to focus fire here. We're going to throw the Kislevite warriors forward. they're gonna try and just attract aggro as much as possible. We need to be really careful of the Supreme Sorceress. So the second she comes into range, we're gonna start hammering those guys down. We're gonna get our caster in here in a minute. Because it'll be really good for punishing these big blobs that are coming in.
No hesitation!
Oh, we need to shoot the Raven Heralds here. So let's get out of here. Because the little Grom is about to get nailed right now. We can even pop the Salyaks. Let's fight here. Let's pull back. Let's get these guys in and go run down these Harpies. Let's get her up. Fight here. I mean, it's just kind of a rush build, basically. We just need to keep Little Grom alive. Which I think is actually going to be pretty doable here. Raven Heralds, we're going to melt. Just keep poking them down. Little Grom, we're going to turn around and start hammering. The Griffin Legion are folding up a lot of the infantry. And we're about to delete an entire, like, Dark Elf formation there. That is going to be so filthy. Alright, my opponent's going to land on Little Grom back here. That's actually not going to work out super well, because we're going to use the Horse Archers to just blob her up back here. Yeah, oh my god, look how many... Oh my god. That's a lot of damage. We're gonna get the Akshinas out here. And we did get Little Grom away. In fact, actually, like, fully escaped there, which is awesome. Let's just keep hammering down infantry. Jujina's gonna roll around. He's gonna poke here. Horse Archers need to get out of here. Little Grom needs to get out of here. Let's shoot the Raven Heralds with the Streltsy real quick.
Champion of Kislev!
Griffin Legion are doing great. They just need to keep doing great. We're gonna rally Little Grom back here. Those are Dark Riders. We'll bring these guys in. The Akshinas are gonna just move up a little bit. Little Grom, really hard to snipe, actually. I'm gonna get back here.
Moving out!
Yeah, Griffin Legion winning there. They're gonna come back here. We're gonna move up here. We've got plenty of time. We've still got one objective. Our Horse Archers are pretty beat up, but they've won a lot of fights. We're gonna heal up a lot of stuff there, which is just great. Just beautiful. We're gonna hold here. Dude, Griffin Legion are just metal AF, dude. They hit so freaking hard. They slap, dude. That's not the best cast in the world. It's gonna be okay, though.
Ready for battle!
It's actually hitting my opponent. It's not doing too much damage to me, either. We're gonna get a charge down here. We're gonna get a charge there. More shooting. Yeah, what are the Akshinas doing? Oh, they are shooting at the scary dragon character. Shoot here. It's a really good, Soul Stealer. Let's get in here. Charge down there. We went on our back point, so we're holding that. And we're just gonna slow push more shooting forward. And we'll bring up some of these dudes. They'll be really nice. That was a really good breath attack. I don't think it's gonna matter, though. We've kind of withstood the pressure that the Dark Elves have been able to throw in, and they've really fallen behind. Grom? The nice thing about Little Grom, and the reason why I like it so much, in playing it with this kind of a style, is it attracts a ton of aggro from your opponent. I mean, they will just throw bodies in to try and kill this thing. That's a really nice Sally Axe.
Nice! Saliak!
You know, really nice shot there. We just got a ton of harpies coming in.
Griffin Legion!
Griffin Legion are gonna get out of here. We're gonna get these guys over here. We're fighting harpies over on our side point. Streltsy need to go in. We need to go and help those Costified dervishes over there.
Obey the Orthodox!
These guys get unsummoned. Akshinas get on the point with those tattered Kossars. We're almost done taking this objective, and we're actually in a fight here. The Druzhina is a really good combat character, actually. He's got fairly solid combat stats, and yeah, he's actually putting a nice little beat down on the Supreme Sorceress and breaks her.
Defender of Kislev!
Let's get out of this. Soul Stealer really goes off anyways.
I knew it.
Okay.
Unending glory is yours.
Oof. Blizzard, filthy, dude. Zoo blobbed up way too much with the infantry in the mid-game there, and that's kind of what lost him the game. Outside of that, it was pretty well played. I killed like 4 Dark Elf units with 1 Blizzard, which was a little too much to try and make up for, I think. Kislev's hard to just break outright. I mean, their units having Unbreakable is really annoying. They've got some amazing mobility options. Griffin Legion are filthy strong. I've fallen in love with them. 110%. The Blizzard, I mean, I can't take any huge credit for doing anything too crazy there. You know, that was just taking advantage of an opponent's mistake. But oftentimes, that can be the make or break kind of play that wins you a game. If there had been more infantry available for the Dark Elves there in the mid-game, just to close off space for the Griffin Legion, they would have been a lot less effective. But they were able to kind of bounce between fights. And just being able to mop up a lot of the units that were, like, stuck in on top of my very durable infantry. Once they were gone and there were just a ton of Harpies and Dark Riders out on the field, I don't think there were enough answers. Cold One Knights would have been really, really nice to have out on the field earlier for the Dark Elves. I didn't need to use restocks, but if the game had gone on for a little bit longer and my opponent hadn't tapped out, it was about time to start dropping some for my army. Little Grom had used a decent amount of its ammo up. It had some left, but I'd probably given one there. And then some of the archers, I could have probably given some extra ammo to. Here, I'm messaging you, Aggie, for your choice. And then there we go. I'll give us time to catch up. I'm gonna go check the standings, and then I'm gonna get into some new player tournament replays. Because that's where my heart's really set. I do love playing in tournaments. This was definitely an interesting experience. Yeah, I don't think I'm making it into the top 4 for the tournament. That's okay. I wasn't really expecting to. I figured I would be struggling a little bit for the conquest side of things. It's just not really my cup of tea. I get much better at stuff the more time I have to practice and train. Our region is undefeated here. And it's just absolutely crushing it. Rip. I'm out here at 5. I can live at that, though. I'll take it. Anyways, guys. We covered these recently. I got a bunch of my replays down here. Here's some from a tournament the other day. Let's jump right into our new player tourney replays. Aurelian, I'm still waiting on you. You can take your time. I don't think it's like super pressing that Hitman Hippo get everybody's requests. I'm still waiting on responses from the other 2 people who won. Just, you know, work on trying to get me a message on Discord, and we'll get you situated. I still can't find you. I don't know why. Are you in Turin's Discord? Is my big question, Aurelian. Because actually what I can do is I'll drop you an invite real quick. I'll pause here for a sec. Give me a minute, guys. Alright, what I want you to do, Aurelian, go to the PvP channel on Turin's Discord. It's under the Warhammer tab. And just go type some nonsense in and I'll come find you. And then I can message you. I don't know why I can't just message you directly. I mean, I don't think I'm not doing anything wrong. Oh, there you are. Now you're showing up. Wow, look at that. Okay. I DM'd you. So let me know what you want, and I'll get Hitman all the info. So Nurgle's opening up. They got a bunch of Nurglings and some Pestigores to get objectives early. Broccoli is turning into one of the top tier Nurgle players. she's very well practiced on these guys, and has honestly been doing really, really well, and is only getting better. So, rocking in with the Chaos Lord of Nurgle, really good combat character.
Keep it from the foe.
Gonna be really good against Archeon. He actually has fairly similar stats, as you can see. Archeon has a slight edge in a lot of the relevant categories, but Nurgle does just have healing, you know? You've got Fleshy Abundance here. Stream of Corruption's the other option. Does have Children of Nurgle to give a little bit of passive healing with the casts, which is nice. Not going to be, like, the most important thing in the world, but just having Stream of Corruption to do damage to the Chaos Warrior Halberds, as well as heal a little bit in a pinch, is going to be really good. And this is something you got to watch out for. So, this is not something that I've seen Tommy do often, either. You've got the artillery piece in the trees here. Firing out of trees is fine for single entity artillery, but you got to be careful with the positioning. Where this thing should be is, like, right here. And you got to make sure that it's positioned properly between the trees, otherwise you're going to keep shooting into this thing. You've already wasted a decent amount of ammo on the Soul of Damnation, which is just brutal. It is a very expensive artillery piece, and you really need to maximize your micro, as well as your value on it, for it to be really worth it. Steady Pressure from the Noxbringer hasn't been super accurate, but it's still gotten about 200 value. It'd just be a little bit better, I think, for Nurgle to kind of hold on to the ammo, because there's nothing too serious threatening the number 2 objective here. There's superior cap weight on the point, and really nice shot from the Noxbringer right there. Big damage on the Chaos Warrior Halberds. Pesty's moving in, locking down the Marauders, a little bit on the edge of the Chaos Warriors with Halberds here. A little bit of shot coming in from the Soul of Damnation. Smacking up the Pestigors, a little bit of friendly fire. Archeon and the Chaos Lord, as well as Kazik, who's come out onto the field, and the Chaos Sorcerer, all going after Archeon, who is just running for his life now. He's got all of the buffs popped, but, you know, getting pushed back by 3 single entities that are just gooning you and flattening you. Really not a great position for the Warriors of Chaos to be in, with their Lord under so much pressure like that. And that was just a really, absolutely brutal bit of friendly fire there. I don't think the Soul of Damnation hit a single Nurgle unit there. We do have a lot of Chaos Trolls coming in. Another really good shot from the Noxbringer going down, destroying the last of the ammo on the Marauder Horsemen and doing a reasonable amount of damage to them. Beautiful Burning Head. Tommy making a little bit of a push back here. The Chaos Trolls are going to be really strong. There's not a lot to threaten them right now. Maybe there's some healing for Archeon in the back pocket. Sometimes people bring a Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle as Warriors of Chaos if they bring Archie. But right now, as long as the Trolls get dealt with, I would say that Nurgle's in a pretty good spot here. They're even pressing onto the number 3 objective. This is a little tricky, and maybe a little bit too eager. But the numbers advantage here is pretty nice. I would try and unblob these Nurglings and the Marauders. I'd just leave the Nurglings here, and then the Marauders can kind of maneuver around. Because if Archie came over here and dropped a Burning Head, that would be a lot of really nice value for the Warriors of Chaos. Halberds chilling in here. I've seen some pretty good streams of Corruption, and one of the Halberds is being pushed back. Pesties here don't have a lot of value, but they've still done okay, all things considered. It's a little bit of value in the bank. And they've just done a very good job of maintaining cap weight on the number 2. And here come the Rotting Riders, man. Super heavy metal unit. Perfect counter for Chaos Trolls. Rotting Riders have regeneration themselves. They've got ward save, and they're an excellent anti-large fighter. They got great stats. They also cause terror, and there go the Chaos Trolls. While Archeon just can't find anywhere to go, man. Very, very, very lonely out here on the battlefield right now. With the Chaos Lord, Kazik just rolling around, beating up on everything. Chaos Sorcerer is a little hurt. There should be the opportunity to drop some magic on these guys, heal them up if there's a need for it. Don't really need to care too much, as long as the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle doesn't get caught by Archeon. Just using Kha'Zix and the Chaos Lord to like bounce between the points, supported by the Rotting Riders, should be more than enough. There's plenty of terror here. There's also the Noxbringer, who didn't get great value on the shooting part of the game, but still is respectable in melee combat. Has good animations in collision attacks against infantry, should be able to clear out plenty of the Forsaken, as well as potentially kill some of the troll models here. Throwing axes, as well as a Curse of the Slug, slowing these Hellstriders down, who are going to get pummeled as they try to push through here, man. And some Furies coming into land and block up the Hellstriders is also really nice. Furies are honestly a great counter to Hellstriders. At all times, they just have really good melee attack, pretty good weapon strength. It's usually more than enough to be able to wear out a unit of this caliber. We got another Fury going into land on top of those guys. Archeon working on it. There's just not enough infantry left on the field for the Warriors of Chaos. The Forsaken and the Trolls have held a lot longer than I would have otherwise expected them to over here. But the Rotting Riders have been causing some pretty serious problems. They're up to 1,000 value. They did just lose a couple models to the Soul of Damnation, but this has not been very impactful up to this point. So what makes the Soul of Damnation so great is that it's got extra ammo on top of a Hell Cannon. And Hell Cannons, just the regular variant, already very cost efficient. But we're not getting a lot of good shots out of this thing. It doesn't have a lot of kills. It's not been doing really any significant damage up to this point. And now it's like maneuvering all the way around this pillar, which is going to take absolute ages. Burning Head tickles the Marauders here. Not the best cast in the world. But you do kind of have to take some swings here as the Warriors of Chaos if you're going to try and get back in this game, because it's just looking so grim right now. The Demon Spew are hanging in here. The Severed Claw are on top of them. They should be able to hold out for a little while. Nurgle just needs to keep the SEs and the Horsemen on the edge of the points, and they'll be able to just use the Throwing Axes to wear these guys down. Throwing Axes, a very good counter to both of the units that the Warriors of Chaos currently have on the objectives here. Furies do go down, not that big of a deal. Need to clean up the Chaos Trolls over here before they can rally in. And the Furies are chasing those Hellstriders off. Rotting Riders are... Where the hell are the Rotting Riders? Oh, here they are. They're running forward to hang on to this back point here and maybe finish off Archeon. He's just all by himself over here. One Marauder's trying to stick with them. Wow, the Rotting Riders for the Warriors of Chaos coming in now. I just don't see them being able to win this fight, though. This is a little too much to ask for them to contend with. We do get a real... Oh, and a beautiful upgraded Fleshy Abundance as well. Fecundity went down, Fleshy Abundance goes down. Spirit Leech was trying to finish off the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, but again, that counteraction with the good healing magic is going to put a lot of work in, and now you've got, you know, 4 really heavy metal SEs with good AP. Those would already be a lot for the Rotting Riders to deal with. And then with their own counterpart on the other side of the field here, fighting against them, I really don't envision this fight going very favorably for these guys. They'll get a decent amount of value. Nurgle's just holding in here, man. They're doing their best. Armor of Morkar is going down right now, giving these dudes a lot of melee defense, making them very tough to work around. But Archeon is now in a 2v1 for his mortal life here. Chaos Sorcerer and Kha'Zix both pummeling him right now. Which I do envision going very favorably for Nurgle. Archeon's pretty tired, so his melee attack is pretty significantly debuffed now. Chaos Lords, you do lose a little bit of melee defense from being tired, but it's only about 10% of your total. And this guy also has Cloud of Flies, so he's actually got more melee defense now than he did at the start of the game. which is making it very difficult for Archeon to actually make contact with him. And then Kha'Zix is just on the flank chipping away at him with the good AP he's got. And, you know, Warriors of Chaos do break through a little bit. Their Rotting Rider's very healthy, actually. That Armor of Morkar, doing just enough to keep them in a winning position against their counterpart. And now they've kind of broken through, and the throwing axes are almost out of ammunition. I think it's too little too late. Archeon is also going down here. The heroes, the Noxbringer, you could eventually bring out enough answers to be able to drag down the Rotting Riders. You can also just throw bodies at these guys. They really fall off if they just get swarmed by numbers. Because they're respectable, but, you know, it doesn't matter how elite you are. If there's like 50 dudes pummeling you, there's no way you're going to be able to win. This is a little bit more, it's a little more lopsided than 100 people versus one Silverback Gorilla, you know? The Rotting Riders are the Gorilla, and, you know, the swarms of Furies, Nurglings, and Pestigors are the 100 dudes. Kha'Zix and the Sorcerer Lord fighting the Hellstriders back here, and the Warriors of Chaos do lose on points. Nurgle just got a really good triple cap, did a very good job of reinforcing the objectives early, and just never gave that up. The Soul of Damnation was not impactful at all, which is a big problem. This thing is a carry piece, and it has to put in a ton of work to justify its price, and it didn't even pay for itself. Archeon was solid, but honestly, this is a pretty mediocre performance from Archeon. Archeon's the kind of lord that needs to pop off big time. That's kind of why you bring him. You know, like 3,000 plus is really the sweet spot for Archeon in terms of cost effectiveness. Noxbringer, the Sorcerer, and Chaos Lord, pretty respectable. Chaos Lord was the least cost-effective out of the bunch. Kha'Zix came in and kind of made up for that. Just good swarming, like I said, with the numbers from Nurgle. Nothing too crazy from the infantry. Just holding the line and giving time for the halberds to get worn down by the magic as well as the shooting. And the cycle charging from the big monster here. I would try and avoid trolls. I very rarely see trolls paying for themselves. As a general rule of thumb, they just kind of seem to not be able to hang in long enough to value trade and maximize their regeneration. It might be good for CA to consider giving trolls just like an extra 5 leadership. I think that'd be really nice, because I think right now, regular trolls don't have any armor. They also have the equally bad leadership, so they just get absolutely canned. Chaos Armor Trolls are on the verge of being a decent unit, but I think that they're just being held back a little too much currently. I don't think it'd be breaking the game if they did get that little bit of buff. Yeah, no worries, Aurelian. I got your request. I'll be talking to Hitman Hippo once the semis and the finals are done. And I'll make sure that he gets into contact with you so that you can get your goods. Chaos Dowie versus Greenskins. Let's go ahead and get into it. Lemur, very good playing this faction. Was one of the semi-finalists not too long ago. Or actually made it to finals. Ended up losing to the Lizardmen last new player tournament. But very skilled player. And we'll see how the Iron Tongue, or the Demon's Tongue does here. The ROR Iron Demon rocking up. Gonna be fighting Azak, some skirmishers, lots of orc boys with a lot of biggins. It's a very heavy infantry core here. Not always the best idea. Infantry can be very strong in domination mode, and there are factions that can bring numbers in the infantry game and do really well. None of those infantry units, though, have a lot of AP to chew through the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. And if these guys are able to hold against the Green Tide, and then the Demon's Tongue is rocking up in here with the flamethrower, roasting down the Biggins and also just flattening them and terror-routing those guys, it's going to be really hard to hang on to objectives. And I think we've got Flames of Asgore here on the Sorcerer Prophet. Any of the Sorcerer Prophets are strong, but I'm really loving the Flames of Asgore caster because this spell punishes everything. It's honestly even decent against single entities. We do get a Spirit Leech here. You didn't really need to overcast it. Azag's quick enough, so what you need to do here, you could have just, like, run him forward and dropped the Spirit Leech on top of this guy, but the problem is the Chalice of Blood and Darkness gives him a heal every time you cast, as long as it's off of its cooldown of 90 seconds. It actually lasts the same amount of time as Spirit Leech. So you can see almost no damage going down on the Sorcerer Prophet. He takes 1 tick of damage there. And you can see, he's looking pretty fine. He's not looking the worst for wear at all. You've actually done more damage to yourself than you have the enemy here. And it's inflated your value lead, which is actually non-existent in reality. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders just chase down this poor little Wolf Rider here. The bigger, stronger cousins having absolutely no mercy on their greenskin counterpart here. Going to be pulling back. Bale Taurus character versus Azag is going to be very favored for the Hashut Sorcerer. Bale Tauruses just have way better melee attack and a little bit better weapon strength and more HP. Azag is not really intended as a head-to-head fighter. He's a hit-and-run type of character, and he tries to win by Spirit Leeching and then Terror Bombing Lords if they're vulnerable to that. Taking this one-on-one in the sky is the last thing you want to be doing with Azag here. Especially since you don't have any shooting to support you, really. Like, these Wolf Rider archers kind of move in, trying to help out. But we get a good push in from Lemur, who uses the Demon's Tongue as well as these Wolf Raiders to dive right back after the Wolf Rider archers and just pushes them all the way through the back line. Infernal Guard coming in. A good Spirit Leech this time. The Chalice of Blood and Darkness is on cooldown, so it will actually get some pretty good effect here. But Azag is looking way worse for wear, and he has no access to healing whatsoever, while the Sorcerer Prophet will be able to get a little bit more in. This is a very risky dive, though, from him. I don't know where he's intending on going, landing on the ground like this, but 2 Boar Boy Biggins are right underfoot of you. Just staying up in the air and rotating around the field and just hanging out with your boys on the number 2 objective is really all that the Chaos Dowie Lord needs to do right now. Diving here and getting trapped up by the cavalry is going to be a potential way to get back into this game for the Greenskins. Oh, but it's bait for the Flames of Asgore. Oh, that's smart. I don't know how I forgot about it. Beautiful cast, big damage. Terror Route's going down. He's going to be able to get back up in the air. And he does get another heal as the Spirit Leech goes down there, which is really nice for him. So he's going to get up to, you know, like 5,500 or so HP. Demon's Tongue, doing alright. Stuck up in the Orc Biggins a little bit, but the Boar Boy Biggins do tear out because their leadership is just looking so poor right now. That Flamethrower on top and the Burnt Contact effect makes a big difference for winning infantry fights. And the Iron Demons are already one of the more cost-effective options in the game. Greenskins look like they're going to be moving off of the number 1 and maybe getting on the number 3 here. That's going to be really tricky for them. They're down pretty bad on the value. Azag is also about to get killed here. Direwolf really needed to take advantage of the speed advantage. Bale Taurus characters are honestly kind of slow up in the sky. Azag has 110 speed at base. There's really no reason he should be getting caught here. Direwolf is just a little slow on pulling the trigger and maybe isn't really recognizing when and where the engagements need to be happening right now. The Orc Boys just can't get through the armor, and they honestly just can't even make it to the front line. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves are also shooting down Squig Herds. The Orc Boy Biggins are just, like, fruitlessly chasing the Iron Demon around a little bit, it looks like. Good poke from the Wolf Riders, but the Flamethrower doing some damage to him. Probably going to Terror Out them, too, since they're so close. Actually, both of them break. Brutal stuff, dude. Just losing the leadership. Really not a situation that the Orcs can ever really find success in. They're already pretty low leadership across the board. And getting all of these stacking leadership malices, you can see how easily their units get broken. And this is one of the reasons Terror Routes are so useful. So these Orc Biggins, they Terror Routed, and then their leadership broke because of all the stacked debuffs. So now they're actually fleeing. You can chase these guys down with some chaff and run them right off the field if you stay on their back here, which would be really cost effective. If you let them run too far away, they will rally because their leadership is already stabilizing. We do have a really nice shot from the Death Shrieker rocket coming in. Big damage on those guys, going to send them fleeing again. That's a -10 debuff. Damage by artillery. It's very impactful. There's a lot of little details for the leadership malices and stacking that isn't really communicated very clearly by any of the systems in the game. But generally speaking, artillery has a automatic -10 leadership malice that it applies. Being under missile fire applies a -5. There's being attacked in flank, which is a -6. Attacked in the rear, I think, is a -14. And then there's, you know, stuff like the burnt contact effect and take cover, discourage. Those all give additional leadership malices. And for low leadership factions like that, you need to be very well prepared. I actually think that the Greenskins probably want to go a little bit more elite in this matchup. You can see that the numbers game just does not work here. They're getting absolutely flattened right now. And another Iron Demon's out on the field. I have not been paying much attention to it, but it's clearly been having a pretty good time just running over infantry all game so far. Where's the... Oh, yeah, the Demon's Tongue is back here, too. 255 kills. Just continuing to go crazy back here. Savage Orcs being pushed back, and these are pretty reliant on Phys-Res, which is honestly a pretty good call for bringing Hellbound. Gives perfect vigor to your train, as well as imbuing physical resistance and magic attacks. For only 150 gold as well. It's well worth it in matchups where you think you're gonna need the trains out on the field for prolonged periods of time, or you think that they're gonna benefit from that Phys-Res and magic damage. Makes a big difference for your forces. Another really good Flames of Asgore. They've just been so on point. And the Bale Taurus character with 4,000 value. Another big, expensive Lord option that can absolutely carry games for you. And is doing so right now. I mean, 4,000. Usually not something you're going to be able to survive through against the Chaos Dwarves. Especially if you haven't killed their trains. Oftentimes, it behooves you to just ignore the Hashit Sorcerers because they're so hard to kill. Having the Chalice gives them a lot of extra health, even if you're casting your magic very sparingly. Focusing on bringing big expensive options instead of a bunch of cheaper spammy spells so this guy doesn't get as many procs. He's gonna get like 2 or 3 at the very least over the course of a game. And that's going to get him about 1,000 HP of healing from 3 procs of that. If you work around this guy and you just focus on killing the Chaos Dowie's infantry and taking the objectives, that's usually where you can be down a little bit against the Chaos Dwarves, but actually be advantaged. Because you're ignoring this, like, stupidly expensive lore. These guys are about 3,000 gold. And I think with this particular kit that he's got, he's 2,800 or 2,900. It can give you some leeway. But Flames of Asgore being here is just so good for punishing the like, demons they're the units blobbed up around the Demon's Tongue. Like these Boarboy Biggins. You really need the ITP that the Broken Tusk mob have, and I think Black Orcs with great weapons would be a good option as well. They've also got immune to psychology. They're really good at clearing out Chaos Dwarf warriors. I also like the idea of Colossal Squigs in this matchup. The Colossal Squigs are very good against infantry. They can do pretty good damage to the trains as well. And they're not going to get super heavily punished by Flames of Asgore. Unless it's, like, overcasted directly on top of the Colossal Squigs, it won't do damage to them. That is something you need to look out for, but that's a lot easier to dodge than having your cavalry try to dodge this spell. Yeah, the big ones are just being sacrificed here, so we can just fast forward through this. The Chaos Dwarves going to be walking away with a pretty dominant win here. Direwolf just needs to be a little bit more careful with the Lord choice here. I really don't think Azag's the way to go. If you do bring Azag, then you just need to use Spirit Leech on the trains all game, and you want to try and maybe Buna some Infernal Guard Fireglaves. That's really the only magic you want to be casting. Don't waste your time on the Sorcerer Prophet. That's the last place that Azag is going to find success. But honestly, I would say going cheap with the Lord choice might be best. You can bring a Night Goblin War Boss on the Squig, and that guy has Fermented Fungi, which rampages stuff. It'd be very good for snaring the Sorcerer Prophet onto the ground at an opportune moment, and while you're rampage, you can't cast spells. You can surround him, do a bunch of damage to him, and then pull out of combat before he's able to cast the magic. And then you just want to run around, not cast any magic and deny him any healing, and find and wait for another opportunity to pull him back into combat and finish him off. That's one way to go after the big character lord there. One sec, guys. I'm gonna drop a message for the newer players so they know I'm doing their games now. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. So, give me a minute. Alright, I'm back. So we got High Elves versus Zinch. This is going to be our next one. Oh, damn. And we got our... they just finished the finals a second ago for the tournament. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to... Yeah, we got the semis and we got the finals here. Let's just go ahead and watch the semis and the finals. Why not? Absolutely, Aurelian. Thanks for tuning in, bro, and I'll catch you around. Take care, brother. Alright, guys, new player replay is going to be kicking off here. We got the Vampires against Nurgle. So Broccoli, like I said, one of the better players that we've got. She's been really improving rapidly. So over the last, like, what, 3 weeks, I think 3 weeks ago was the first time she popped up in the, on the tournament scene. Made it to, semis last time. Another semis matchup here. Nurgle versus the Vampire Coast. Honestly, not terrible for Nurgle. We got the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle coming in here, and we've got the Chaos Sorcerer Lord going to be rocking it out on the Rot Beast. We got Fleshy Abundance, Rancid Visitations for the spells. Has the passive heal with the Crown of Everlasting Conquest, which is just rock solid. Such a good option for this Lord. Makes him insanely tanky. 5,500 HP is almost always going to heal cap, so really has about, what, 7,600 or so? What's the healing cap amount? It's like 40-something% of your total HP pool. So yeah, that sounds about right. Like 7,700 thereabouts. How much HP the Chaos Lord really has, if you're taking into consideration all the passive healing this guy gets. It's pretty effective against Silostra. Silostra's not on her crab though. She's actually coming in on foot, and we got a ton of depth guard. Moving in, and gonna be very difficult for Nurgle to get through. Considering they've got the pole arms, and these guys just hit like trucks, they're ITP. They do big damage, and the RWAR has Enrage, which is a nice little damage resistance imbuement. We got gunnery mobs moving in behind the animated hulks. Not really where these guys want to be. The pistol mobs are great. And I like having a few as your early summons, but I do think you need some regular deckhand mobs. Because these guys have awful melee attack, and deckhand mobs aren't much better, but they got a lot more HP than these pistol guys have available to them. And can hold the line a lot longer and be a little bit more reliable. The Damn Knights Errant being summoned and trying to lock down the Exalted Heroes, doing a pretty decent job so far. They are getting on top of them. I don't know how much damage they're going to do. It's going to be really difficult for the Vampire Coast to kill these characters. They're going to be very dangerous on these chariots. As long as these guys are rolling around and, like, controlling the, like, numbers for the Vampire Coast, Nurgle should be able to push up enough to just eventually drag down these depth guard. What's Silostra here? What is doing damage to her? Throwing axes, and I think the Lord maybe have been putting a lot of punishment in on her, and she doesn't have any access to healing. She doesn't have a lot of HP either, only 4,500, despite the physical resistance. It's going to be a little hard to keep her alive, you know? I mean, if she starts crumbling and you lose her, Vampire Coast gets punished pretty badly by crumbling. Vampire counts don't mind it nearly as much, because generally speaking, they've got a lot of passive heals that can work around it. But undead units crumbling out without access to any passive heals tend to dissipate pretty quickly, and the Vampire Coast is very vulnerable to it, in particular. And there's no Vampires caster coming out. We got some deckhand mobs moving in. Not a lot of supplies for Traveler. Forsaken have secured the low ground objective on the other side of the field. One Exalted Hero did get pretty heavily punished, but there's no follow-up to chase him off the field. He's going to rally in, and he's going to go get a lot of healing, and Nurgle still has a slight lead. And has gotten a really good jump on a lot of the stuff up top here that the Vampire Coast is honestly pretty reliant on. The bomber mobs are going down. They haven't gotten tremendous value. This one down here on the low ground got some pretty good value, throwing their bombs off. They haven't used all their ammo, though. Furies do jump back up in the sky, but one bomber mob up top here dead and gone. Forsaken moving in, looking to rally up and deal with these animated Hulks. The Hulks are completely alone and isolated here, and we do get a Carronade coming out. Very lonely summon, though. There's not a lot in the bank to support those guys either. They're just going to get wrecked by the Furies. So, here's a little bit of a tip for you. If you're diving artillery with Furies, you don't actually want to charge the front, because what happens is they charge into the cannons. And they end up not doing a whole lot of HP damage to the crew, because they're not hitting a whole bunch of them. Because most of the crew is sitting in the back here. Furies actually kill artillery much better if you fly past and then charge the rear, because then they actually land on top of the crew members, and they do way better damage. And they do get in here. They will kill these guys fairly quickly regardless, but you can see it's taking them a little long to finish it off. If you want to just like maximize it, just fly past and land on the rear instead. Exalted Hero getting pushed back by some shooting. The Exalted, or not the Exalted, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord fighting Silastra, but getting pushed away by the Rotting Prometheans here. Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, really powerful. They've just got really good defensive stats. They have decent enough melee attack even when they're tired to still get pretty effective damage in on most targets, and their shooting is very impactful, actually. They got a lot of ammunition, too. You can see here, taking out some models of the throwing axes. Nurgle brought out a lot of these guys and is pretty much completely out of ammo on them. Maybe unsummoning them is the right call. You got a lot of supplies in the bank. Should be able to bring some good stuff out. The Vampire Coast is kind of running away with this game now, it looks like. I mean, Broccoli Girl has a big value lead, but doesn't have any infantry presence on the field. Got Sirens on the low ground. Bomber mobs down here. Warhounds re-securing the number 3. That's where there were some scurvy dogs that ran out over here, and they are what took this objective away from Nurgle. Furies did win their fight against Bats and the Cannon crew, which has gone down here. Horsemen all over the place. As long as they stay away from these Rotting Prometheans, it might be alright. And we need to just see a big overcasted fleshy abundance to heal up the Exalted heroes here. They're still relatively healthy. 1600 HP isn't terrible, but it would be really nice to ensure that these guys don't end up routing. And it looks like they actually took Silastra down. Oh my god, I don't know when she went down. Completely missed it. She was healthy just a second ago. But these guys are geared up for killing infantry targets like that. And Silastra's stats are pretty weak, so just a couple of stray hits from the Exalted Heroes, I think, have taken down the Ghostly Lady. Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Oh, Rancid Visitation's available too. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. So the Lord sniping from Nurgle might start putting in a lot of work here, because you can see the leadership is wavering on a lot of these units, and they're going to start disintegrating and crumbling out really aggressively as they're getting surrounded and losing leadership. You see a lot of units over here with a decent amount of HP left in the bank, crumbling off the field with that Lord Dead imbuement affecting them right now. So these animated Hulks are going to be going the way to the Dodo, as well as this Bomber mob. These gunnery mobs might even crumble out in a few minutes here. They're not doing too well on the leadership front either. Handguns, animated Hulks, some more pistol mobs moving up. Morn Ghouls and the Depth Guard polearms hanging out on the low ground here, doing their best. The throwing axe play has been really solid. I haven't spent a lot of time highlighting them. But Broccoli is just so on point with the horseman play. Has not been letting them get caught. Has gotten all of their shots off. And has been maximizing the time on target against really high value stuff. Like the Rotting Prometheans here are getting worked down pretty effectively. The Depth Guard have been dealt with by them really well. And now we just got lots of cap weight coming out from Nurgle, man. Just waves and waves of infantry. Marauders moving in behind the Nurglings. Nurglings and one Marauder can probably just hold this the rest of the game. You can route one of these guys up to the middle. You don't really need the triple cap, though. I think this is a case of Traveler brought a rush build and got a little carried away pushing into the opponent's strongest units. And Broccoli did a really good job of baiting with the really expensive characters and then punishing with her own range tools. And normally Vampire Coast has a pretty good time of dealing with Marauder Horsemen, but not having any answers out early, other than the pistol mobs who got shut down in melee combat, it's kind of where the Vampire Coast has left a lot of room for Nurgle to grind back into this one, man. The deckhand mobs, the polearms, they just don't have the mass to stop the Exalted Heroes on their chariots. You know, they got bodies and they got numbers. That's really about it. They're too slow to really close the gap well. They're kind of getting up on these guys, but yeah, the Exalted Heroes just move away from them again. If you had a little bit of mass and you could trap them, maybe you could do a little bit better there. It's just not working out too well. Nurgle's just going to be able to cycle charge these guys down, and the Forsaken, very good at clearing out chaff infantry. Nurgle Forsaken are honestly really strong, just because they got slightly better melee defense than standard Forsaken, and even more HP. They can be pretty intimidating in certain matchups, and I think this is definitely one where they can really shine. Because they can just clear out tons and tons of chaff, as well as fight decently against animated hulks, even do okay into Depth Guard, just because they got the big weapon strength. Not doing too well in the first wave. Probably would have been alright at the end. Really, the MVP performance was the Chaos Sorcerer, 2200 value. I would guess a lot of that's from Rancid Visitations on Silostra. I'd say probably like 1300 just from that. But also, you know, getting those AP attacks in on the Rotting Prometheans. Doing some pretty effective damage to those guys. This is a very interesting build from Traveler. I don't know how many abilities Silostra had. It did seem like she had a pretty juicy spell kit. You typically want to pare that down as much as possible, and she's really at her best when she's on her crab. When she's on the Rotting Leviathan, she's got a huge HP pool. There's no way Rancid Visitations alone is going to be able to snipe her out, kind of like what happened here. And the Exalted Heroes would get countered by her pretty easily. Because the crab has way better stats than the chariot characters do. You'd have to go a little thinner on the ground, but giving up an animated Hulk and cutting some spells in exchange for Silostra being way more impactful, I think is well worth the price. I don't think you need this many Fellbats either. The Scurvy Dogs I like. Carronades, I'd probably just bring one in reserve. Trying to summon 2 Carronades out of reserve is a lot to ask. Artillery is fairly expensive and is just a big imposition on your cap weight in the mid-game. You can't really afford to spend your time trying to protect them when you really need to be pushing objectives aggressively. What's up, Punk? How's it going, man? Anything else that I would leave notes-wise for Nurgle? I don't really think so. I mean, Broccoli just played it really well. Had chosen with great weapons in reserve, a really good choice for the late game when the shooting's offline and you can throw them into any depth guard that might be out on the field, or even into Rotting Prometheans they can do relatively well against. The Rotting Rider's also in the back pocket. Another really solid option. Very heavy-hitting anti-large AP. Good stuff, dude. And we'll get into the finals now. We've got Broccoli on Nurgle again versus... oh, Tubby! Okay, shit. Let's go. Let's see what you got, dude. You showed up in chat here. And it's the first time I've seen you around in one of these tournaments, unless I'm monstrously mistaken. Getting to the finals pretty impressive, man. Now, Dowie are pretty tough for a lot of people to figure out. But I will say, once you figure out how to counter the Dowie in domination mode, they become a lot less terrifying. They've got a lot of weaknesses that can be exploited. I don't know how Plague Bearers are going to do that, though.
To bring them low, then Father's rot takes hold upon what remains.
Epidemius is really interesting. I don't know how much work he's going to get done. His Sands of Sickness is going to have to put a lot of work in here. Nurgling's moving up to the number 2. A lot of miners with blasting charges. Very good choice for early caps for the Dowie. It's kind of hard to shut these guys down quickly for a lot of factions. Nurgle especially doesn't have great answers for them. Horsemen have a little bit more range than miners, but miners get way better damage off in one volley than the horsemen will over a sustained period. Pulling back with the Nurglings is definitely the right call. You want to stay just at the edge of the range here. Oh, did Broccoli take notes on how to dodge blasting charges when I was talking about it recently? Might have. What do we have going on here? Are they going to rush in?
Keep it from the foe.
Yeah, there we go. Gonna kite away now. Dodges them for the most part. It's a lot less terrible than it otherwise could have been. Getting your units spread out like this also isn't a bad idea. Because the way blasting charges work is they've got a decent radius on the explosion, but it's still pretty tightly packed. So if your unit does get spread out like this and avoids the worst of the damage, the follow-up shots from any of the remaining blasting charges doesn't really do nearly as much work. And honestly, drawing all the blasting charges out with just one Nurgling is pretty nice. It's been really well done so far. Beautiful Stream of Corruption. Maybe not on the most high-value targets in the world, but still relatively effective. And Barons of the Bog moving in. We got the Noxbringer pummeling some of the Quarrelers in the backline, destroying ammo, just spreading out some damage. Not a bad call at all. Nurgle does need to be very careful about this. Plague Toads moving up. Barons of the Bog chilling. We do get Sands of Sickness coming in. That's a really nice blasting charge volley there. Big damage on the Plague Bearers. Taking about a third of their HP away, man. It's just brutal. But Nurgle is pushing into the back line. Epidemius is going right up the gut. No pun intended, you know. He's got a pretty big one on him. Epidemic Outburst does some pretty good damage to the miners. I don't know where he's going or what he's trying to shut down. Oh, he's using the summon on the Exalted Plague Bearers to lock down the Quarrelers back here. Really nice summon. Gonna keep those guys occupied for a long time. At least 81 seconds. They might be able to do some significant damage to the Quarrelers as well. Good micro from Tubby pulling these guys back. Engaging in melee combat against the Plague Bearers. Plague Bearers hold for ages. You really need the Quarrelers shooting these guys down right now. Dowie could be doing some pretty good damage there, and we've got one Dwarf Warrior up here, which is a pretty good call. They'll be able to hang there for quite a while. Quarrelers need orders. Fire at Will is fixed, and these guys will pick their targets, but they're not always going to be super responsive. It takes a little time for Fire at Will to like really figure out their target priority. It's still better to like focus fire by giving orders to your units. All three of these Quarrelers need to be pounding the Plague Toads right now. They're pushing right up the gut. They're going to shut down this Quarreler unit here. The Soul Grinder missing a lot of shots right now, which is really unfortunate. You could probably switch targets to something else now. Trying to hit this Quarler, it's a little bit more bunched up, I think would be a good call. Another beautiful stream of corruption going down. Big damage on all the Dwarf Warriors in here, but they're holding really well. And the Plague Toads are the only real heavy AP that Nurgle has on the field right now. And they're a little bit isolated. Really haven't gotten a lot of work done up to this point. The Exalted Plague Bearers dissipate out, and they really weren't that impactful. They kind of helped clear out one Quarler, and that's really about it. I don't know about it. Epidemius is doing alright damage with his explosion effect. It's been getting some pretty nice damage in on the miners. It just doesn't do a lot of AP, which is the big problem. But a beautiful shot from the Noxbringer there. Massive damage on this Quarler, taking about half their HP out with one accurate volley. Awesome stuff. We do have Slayers out on the field. Slayers are a really hard counter to a lot of Nurgle's best units. This is probably Slayer's best matchup, I would say. Because they actually trade fairly effectively into demons. They rip Plague Toads apart at the seams, dude. Even the Barons of the Bog, who are a very strong unit, struggle against the Dowie for that very reason. Another really good shot. All the Quarrelers are basically offline or almost out of ammo, thanks to the Noxbringer. This one routing. One really healthy Quarreler here, actually. Where would the fire best be used? This Noxbringer needs a heal too, man. It is beat to hell right now. And the fire from the Quarrelers is being focused really well now. The Noxbringer's taking a lot of punishment. There is a cannon out on the field now. Sneaking in under the radar. 1,200 value. Oh my god, how have I not noticed it up to this point? Really punishing the Noxbringer. That Fleshy Abundance does keep it alive and in this fight. It needs to hide on the other side of this forest, which is, I think, is what Broccoli's going to be going for. And just lob shots over the top and onto whatever Quarrelers are left on the field. Dowie have the objective advantage and the ticket lead, but they are losing some momentum now. There's actually a lot of Pestigors moving in. Pestigors very good against the Dwarves. They're a little vulnerable to blasting charges, and we do have Ekron's Miners moving up. Ekron's Miners, one of the better RWARs for the Dowie, because they get extra shots on their blasting charges. They get 3 instead of just 1 volley. And they've got better stats overall. They've got Frenzy and the RWAR stats, which gives them 37 melee attack with AP, which is pretty substantial. They could chew through Chaos Warrior pretty well. Definitely just really cost effective, and this blasting charge volley is going to ruin this Pestigor. Big damage on these guys. The other Pestigor is going to be trying to get into combat. Tubby really needs to kite these guys back a little bit and use the Quarrelers to ruin the Pesties here. Noxbringer going down 168 HP. Demonic Instability sending this poor beastie back to the warp. Only 1,000 value on it, but Epidemius is looking pretty saucy. He's got a lot of HP left. He's doing a pretty good job of holding this middle point. Nurgle does have the number 2 and the number 1. And they managed to outmuscle the Dowie on the number 3. And this is just one of the classic situations the Dowie can get into. So they've done a very good job of keeping their missiles alive, right? Like, a lot of the Quarrelers are fairly healthy, and some of them have even gotten some pretty decent value. But they're starting to get shut down now. The Dowie Warrior front line has basically been fully dealt with. Very tattered remains of the infantry on the field, and the Dwarves not holding the caps means it's going to take a lot for them to get back up on it. Even though they ostensibly have a 3,000 gold value lead, that can be a little deceptive. Because a lot of it's tied up in killing the Noxbringer, which is just one unit. And a unit that's destroyed a lot of ammo on the Dowie range tools, which is their big selling point and their big advantage over Nurgle. Without that extra ammo, and with a lot of Nurgle infantry kind of stuffing them back, I'm a little worried for them getting back up on the points anytime soon. Plague Drones coming in, honestly a pretty good answer to the Iron Drakes. Iron Drakes are a pretty strong answer for the Demon Infantry. but they're squishy in their own way. They don't have a lot of HP, their armor is amazing, but their melee defense is pretty low. They have a hard time fighting off well-statted units like Plague Drones who have big weapon strength. They'll be able to chew through these guys pretty quickly. And if you lose them, you lose clear for Pesties and the Plague Bears, as I said. And Nurgle is one of the few factions that can equal the Dwarves for cheap cap weight. You got Nurglings, you got Plague Bears, you got Pestigores for the DPS, you got Chaos Warriors if you want. A lot of good options. And there has been a fair amount of healing from Nurgle as well. And while the cannon did do pretty well, it does get shut down. There was a dive of some Furies back here. I'm a little surprised they ripped into it so quickly. They actually do push this back. 1,900 gold was tied up in this thing. It did more than pay for itself since it only costs, 900 gold. But really, all that 1,900 value there pretty much tied up in shooting single entities. And 2 of the single entities are very healthy, despite losing the Noxbringer. Nurgle can just leave Epidemius and the Chaos Sorcerer here with some tattered Plague Bearers. Be able to hold up the Dowie's momentum until there's a second wind. You know, you got some Plague Toads up. You got the Plague Drones here. You can just leave the number 3 objective. The Dowie are gonna retake this. They've got a lot of tattered units here. If you bring something out over here now, you'll probably drag more units in. Which would be, honestly wouldn't be a bad idea. Just because they're so beat up. This one Nurgling might hold this cap up for 20-30 seconds on a triple cap, giving Nurgle an even bigger ticket lead. And then they'd be able to play from a pretty nice position of strength off of the number 1 and the number 2 here. There's a lot of Dowie being brought out, though. Just a ton of miners. Oh my god, the unholy hordes, man. 3 of them coming out all at once. That is a big investment, though, on a unit that doesn't have a lot of staying power. They just get folded up by everything in melee combat. It's really just the blasting charges and their cap weight that's important. So they're really good to bring out if you have caps and you bring them out of Vanguard to just hold on a point. Using them to try and take objectives gets a lot more hazardous. Really nice fleshy abundance, healing up Epidemius, the Sorcerer, and these Plague Bears here. The Plague Bears are pretty beat up. They've gotten some pretty respectable value. They've got a lot left to give. They just need to get on top of these Iron Drakes before they get wrecked. You can see the fire coming in here from the flank. Beautiful shots right down the pipe of this entire Plague Bearer unit. That AoE really cleaving through them. The Slayers are not on the right target. They're fighting the Chaos Sorcerer when they really need to be attacking Epidemius, who is a large target. And he's got respectable armor, but 80 is not enough to be able to survive against Slayers. They've got big weapon strength to begin with. Oh, but a beautiful Epidemic Outburst takes a significant chunk of HP off of the Slayers, and then the Barons of the Bog come in, charging these guys down, doing some big damage. God, Dowie got him out-muscle the points here. Nurglings did not hold the number 3, and there's some tattered Dwarf Warriors capturing the number 1 objective now. Nurgle really needs something up on this point. There's some Nurglings coming in. I don't know if they're going to get there in time, though. Broccoli losing a lot of momentum here. I really don't know about Epidemius, man. He's just... I think he's good in a handful of matchups where you need something tanky. And the Sands of Sickness can be impactful because of its imbuements of damage reflection, as well as lowering melee defense and speed, but I don't think Dwarves are the right matchup for that. Dowie don't do a lot of damage in melee combat, so the damage reflection part of the equation is being lost in translation, I would say. I don't know who you would bring. Probably just the Chaos Sorcerer on the Rot Beast, man. He just cast all game. He's really inexpensive, has some good damage output in melee combat himself. Very survivable, as I said, with the passive healing. Although we do get Nurgle cleaning out the number 1 objective a little bit here. The Barons of the Bog and this Nurgling could kill the Ranger Great Weapons and this Miner without too many problems. Nurgle has to hold the number 2 objective, though, for that to play out in their favor. Fury's landing on top of the Thunderers, doing some decent damage, but the Thunderers do survive. They've got 55 bottles left. The Quarrelers here with a little bit of ammo left. A lot of models. Can the Dowie shoot the Nurgle forces off of the points in time? You got a big second wave coming in on the number 1. Are flipping the cap weight back in their favor. Nurgle is slowly being ground down on the number 2 as well. These Iron Drakes, dude, have been used really well. Tubby's doing a great job of positioning these guys. Like, moving up on the flanks, getting huge enfilading of volleys off onto a very squishy unit, man. The Plague Bearers have really let down Broccoli in this matchup. I think a couple of them can be really strong, but the issue is that they're just too lightly armored. The Dowie Quarrelers are very good at clearing them out, as well as the Iron Drakes. And Iron Drakes into the Chaos factions is not as uncommon as you would think, for precisely this reason. They punish Demon Infantry really well. They're also good at shooting Furies out of the sky, believe it or not. Furies get wrecked by Iron Drakes. We do get Pesties up on the number 1, and Nurgle is flipping it back. I think it's triple cap territory for Nurgle as well. Get Epidemius out of here. He just needs to run. The Dowie do finally get the number 2. And they've got a decent position on the number 3 over here. The Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle with 1,000 value, just from dropping Stream of Corruption all game. Actually routing the Thunderers right now, who are honestly really important to have to try and just shoot Epidemius off the field. Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes, I think focusing the wrong target. They're just out of range of Epidemius, though, so I guess firing in at the Nurgle Fury is not the worst idea. A lot of friendly fire coming in, though, man. Those Iron Drakes actually punishing the Ranger Great Weapons pretty badly. 2 Pestigores, a tattered Barons of the Bog, and a really unhealthy Epidemius. That's asking a lot of Nurgle, but they've evened up the value a little bit here. But losing this Fury, brutal stuff. Gotta get them back. 1 Iron Drake with a lot of ammo. The other one has a lot of ammo here. There's not a lot on this number 2 objective if you really want to look at it. Unless you're going to leave these weapon teams on there, which I really don't think you should do. They really need to get across the field to be damage dealers for clearing out these Pestigores. And the Dowie need to get on this point right now. I mean, they're swinging the tickets back perfectly fine right now. But you can see Broccoli playing very carefully on the edge of the objective with these Pestigores right now. Is going to move in and commit against the Dwarf Warriors. You still got to get up on this point. There's too much on the edge without actually getting up on here for my liking right now. The Plague Toads do get on top of these Ekron's Miners, shutting them down. Iron Drakes really far back, a little less effective against the Plague Toads. Should crumble them out soon here, though. Trollhammer Torpedoes, some good volley fire going on. Epidemius with 900 HP. Killing him would be pretty huge. It would leave the Pestigores very vulnerable to routing, and Nurgle's getting more bodies up on the points. They're going to break the leadership of the Dwarf Warriors in the front line here, who just end up routing and lose their cap weight there. The Miners are also not going to be super effective. Slayers coming in, but not enough cap weight. You just need to YOLO literally everything up on this point right now immediately for the Dwarves. Your units are so slow, and value trading is not what you need right now. You've done a very good job of keeping your forces alive, but there comes a time when just hard committing onto the objectives is the only answer that you can possibly go for. But they do kill Epidemius back here. You can see him slumped over in his chair, and, you know, he's taking a nap. Grandpa's tired. He's sick of all these dumbass questions these dumbass kids are asking. So he's going to take a little bit of a nap. Pestigore is going to be going down here. Routing finally. Plague Toads dissipating. Nurgling's trying to hold this point. Nurgle looking to flip the number 3 objective with some Furies and Nurglings, and they might actually do it, moving the Dowie Warriors off this point. actually leaving this objective vulnerable to the back cap here. Oh my god, dude. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Even if you do swing it, I think the Dowie, if they hold for just, like, 10 more seconds, I think they'll be able to have a double cap win anyways. Razor freaking close game, dude. Dowie are really hard to play in domination mode, as you can see. Even if you get a big value lead, your faction being so slow and requiring such pinpoint precision on the positioning can oftentimes leave you vulnerable to losing games where you otherwise have a pretty dominant lead. But really well done by Tubby here. Playing on the razor's edge a little bit, but doing just enough to be able to deal with the big SCs, kill Epidemius there at the end, and clean up the remaining Nurgle forces on the field. Really nice stuff, man. Broccoli, I really do think that the Plague Bearers are kind of what's letting you down here. 2 of them did alright. I think you can probably bring 2, and they have a niche here. Being 700 gold, and having Fizz Res, and just being chunky, and difficult to push off of points. But I think you probably really want some Chaos Warrior Great Weapons. They are so strong against the Dwarves. And they'd be really good against the Quarreler Corps. You can keep the Soul Grinder back a little bit, wait for your Chaos Warrior Great Weapons to push in, and really start to grind through the Dwarf front line. And it'll give you a little bit more time to push in behind with the Plague Toads, who will then have a little bit more of a meaty, like, infantry presence that they can really sit on top of and grind out a bunch of value against the Dwarves. Having to constantly, like, push your Barons of the Bog and the Plague Toads past all of the infantry support and into the back line was not great, because the Dowie did a really good job of peeling with the remainder of their missile units. You can see a lot of Dowie missile pieces either got their value back or like 2x. Like this cannon, you see the Thunderers here, they got almost double their value. Iron Drakes doubled up their value. This one paid for itself. These Trollhammer torpedoes just about paying. This one Quarreler is like the only unit that didn't do anything for the Dwarves. You just can't let the Dowie missile line get a lot of value. I like the Furies. I would honestly like to see more patient play. Hold one objective against the Dwarves. Use the Noxbringer to just rack up some value and destroy ammo on the Quarrelers before the main engagement. Build up behind that by bringing in your Barons of the Bog and this Pox Rider, as well as the Plague Toad and then the Plague Drones, and then the Furies. Pestigors come in as a second wave, because they'll be really good once the miners are out of ammo and the Quarrelers are kind of shut down. And then they can help clean up any Dowie warriors that are left in the field. And you want to try and spend as little time as possible fighting Dwarf warriors. You're not trying to kill Dowie warriors to access the back line. You're trying to get around the Dowie front line, shut down the shooting, and then bring the Dowie warriors back to where you are in the Dwarves back line. And then you can get rear charges on these guys, isolate them, and clear them out without them just sitting on point holding the line and allowing the missile units to grind out a ton of free value. That's really the only thing that Nurgle needs to clean up, and it'd be really well done. Yeah, the diving was shut down really well. You can get away against some Dwarf players doing dives like that, but really good Dowie players, high-level ones, are going to self-peel with their shooting, and it's just going to get overwhelming for your lightly armored units. It's okay, though. That was really well done, and I think you're literally... You'd probably be the favorite to win the next new player tournament, Broccoli. You're so close. You're so freaking close. You've, like, really locked down the matchup knowledge on a pretty niche faction, which is really impressive. And like I said, dude, Dowie are just tricky, man. Like, they are really obnoxious to figure out. When you actually do solve the equation that is breaking these Dowie formations apart, it's like riding a bike. You're never gonna forget it, even if you have long breaks between playing Dowie mains. You'll always have the like tactical knowledge to be able to go into these guys and work around them and shut them down. All right, give me a second, guys. I need to go hit up Hitman Hippo real quick. Alright. Just had a question I needed to ask for somebody who was looking to get a specific DLC since they won one of the raffles. What do we got next? Words of Chaos. Oh, we haven't done some of these down here. We're gonna just roll through it in order. We didn't end up watching. This is an insane build from Zinch right here, by the way. So we got Tyrant coming in here with Eltharion, and we've got 4 Silverin Guard, 2 Archers, and 2 Sisters of Avalorn. 2 Zangors on the ground for Zinch. They've got a Sorcerer Lord of Metal on the disc, it looks like. And then 3 Doom Knights. None of them the ROR, just the standard Doom Knights, with a Fury and the ROR Screamer. The ROR Screamer has a little ability, the Lamprey's Bite. That's an AoE damage spell. It might be fairly effective against the Sisters of Avalorn. Because they're pretty lightly armored, and it does a decent amount of damage. It's got, yeah, 32 damage in a 25-meter radius. Oh, man, the Sisters of Avalorn are going to need to really spread out. They can't sit in these boxy formations if they're going to survive here. And the Doom Knights are going to be really strong, rushing down the Sisters of Avalorn as well. These guys have pretty good stats. They don't have a lot of AP. I see a lot of people complain about their lack of armor piercing, but I actually think they've got a pretty good niche. Fighting Eltharion, probably not the best use of their time. You could just leave the Screamers here to really do that. A really good Searing Doom coming down. Great damage on the Sisters of Avalorn, and then they get charged down by the Doom Knights. Doom Knights back here, diving into the other, is this the Sister of Avalorn? Now, just the regular Archer. Silver and Guard standing here. They're going to poke these guys down pretty nicely. And the Fury's landing in the back line on the other Sister there. Fury's not very good against Sisters of Avalorn. These guys actually have pretty crazy stats. They can wear down a Fury by their own. Where they really falter is in shock damage and spellcasting. And the Lamprey's Bite kind of gets wasted on the Silver and Guard there. I did see it get popped here. Really should have been used on top of the Sisters here, where it would have been a lot more effective. Good Searing Doom piling in on top of these Sisters, as well as the Silverins, doing some respectable damage, and now the Zangors get into the fight over there. Really even, Tyrion with a slight lead right now. You got Eltharion hanging in here, doing his best. So we've got Soul Quench here as the spell option for Eltharion. Soul Quench can work, but I don't think this is a matchup where it's very necessary. Tzeentch units are pretty expensive, and honestly, you don't really need to worry about them that much. You're not going to lose out to Tzeentch in the ground as the High Elves, oftentimes. Your units, while they're not super strong individually, do equal Tzeentch's ferocity pretty well. Tempest would be much better for Eltharion in this matchup, because it's a targetable spell that slows and does Spirit Leech type of damage to flyers, and that would have been really good for the Doom Knights, as well as any Changebringers, Furies, any units of that caliber. And Tzeentch is very reliant on their flyers, so I think that's where Eltharion should have really focused his magic, is in that one particular spell, as well as Apotheosis, which is always pretty decent. The Shrieking Skyrays have gotten quite a bit of damage in on Eltharion, but they are crumbling out now and losing a Doom Knight over on this side of the field. One of the others very worn out. There's only one healthy Doom Knight left. They're fighting Silver and Guard right now, which is not really what they want to be doing. They are pulling out now, but it's a little late. We do get a Soul Quench going down. Does a little bit of damage to these guys, wearing them out some, but just not that great against a monstrous infantry type of unit. I mean, Doom Knights aren't really monstrous infantry, but similar archetype. Number of models, and Soul Quench is really geared up for doing its quenched effect is more effective against infantry and cavalry type units. Silverhelm's getting on top of the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. Big damage against those guys. Eltharion's barely hanging on right now. That Mistwalker Barrage has gotten so much value for him. It's honestly a lot more effective against the Doom Knights than I would have expected, but big kudos to him, man. Sisters of Avalorn gonna go down here. They're just so beat up. I don't think they rally anytime soon either. But the Silver and Guards are holding in really nicely, which is great. They're a very durable unit. They've got great stats. They should be able to fight against these Zangors and hold them back long enough for the Silverhelms to be able to shock damage down the Zangors here. This Silver needs to move in over here. Eltharion needs to be kiting around and trying to avoid the remaining Doom Knights. We do get more Silverhelms coming in. We need rear charges, man. Rear charges onto the Zangors right now would be doing some massive, massive damage and be getting the High Elves a nice lead on the value. They need the caps, too. I mean, they're down big time on tickets. Zangors do get flattened by the Silverhelms. Not the best charge in the world. It'd be so nice if Silverhelms could do a little bit more damage on the charge. They're a little lackluster if they don't have really clean lines of engagement. I mean, you really gotta be a little bit more on top of this. Like, the Silverens needed to be moving in a lot earlier. You can get a sandwich here, even. These Illyrian Reaver Archers can pinball onto the Zangors right now and then, like, try and pull out. The Silverhelms can loop around and charge down the Furies as well. And Eltharion does go down to the Doom Knights. Pretty brutal. He was kind of left just to grind into those guys for a little too long. The value lead is nice for the High Elves, but they're so far behind on the tickets, and Tzeentch is developing out some answers to the remaining units. They've got these Centaurs of Tzeentch running over the last of the Sisters here. Should be the last we've heard of these guys. They can finish off the Archers, and then they can pull back and probably just regenerate their shields, while the remaining Doom Knights, Zangors, and Furies just scrap over the number one and hold up the momentum onto the other objectives here. We'll see, though. I mean, Turin's not out of this. Losing the Lord sucks, but High Elves do have pretty good leadership anyways. So it's not the end of the world for them. The thing I'm worried about is Rangers not being very good in this matchup. They're reliant on Phys Res as their, like, defensive capability, and, you know, magic damage across the board on literally every Tzeentchian unit. They're getting fully surrounded here, their leadership breaks immediately, which is just absolutely devastating, man. Although they do stabilize, but then they break again. Damn, dude. Okay, Tzeentch might actually be able to retake the #1 here with that beautiful, like, rear charge and collapse onto that pocket. Using a lot of really tattered units to break leadership is the hallmark of a pretty good player and somebody who has definitely got some solid fundamentals and has a good opportunity to pull themselves out of an otherwise, you know, risky, on the back foot kind of situation. Silver Helms just getting shot up a little bit right now. Centaurs of Tzeentch can get a rear charge here if they want to. Just to break these Silver Helms because they're wavering right now. Their leadership is not looking too solid. And the AP damage against these guys would be pretty brutal right now. They do opt to go after the Illyrian Reaver Archers who were charging down the Zangors. They don't pull through cleanly though. And now another sandwich, dude. God, the Centaur micro has been so clean. Big win there for Tzeentch. Rangers dodging the Searing Doom, which is nice, but 1800 value, or 1900 value just about, on the Sorcerer Lord. He's not very healthy, only 1200 HP. He's got a little bit of barrier left. You know, it is tied to the amount of remaining health in your pool. So he's only got 177 of that recharging health. It's going to help a little bit, though. It'll make him survive like an archer volley or something. I would just play really cautiously with this guy right now. It's going to be almost impossible for the High Elves to win this. They like lost their best chance to take this game back by letting a lot of their infantry and their Silver Helms get absolutely munched on by these Centaurs that Fly has been doing great with. I mean, the value lead is narrowed a little bit. There are still some Silverins out on the field, but it's really just like one Silverin Guard, a handful of Rangers, and a Silver Helm. And the Illyrian Reaver Archers have been a little lackluster. They've just been getting chased down over and over again, man. And yeah, they're like solid in melee combat, but if they're constantly trying to retreat and escape from a unit like Centaurs... Centaurs have perfect vigor as long as their leadership is above half. They're almost always going to outtrade the Illyrian Reavers in a sustained fight in melee combat. The Illyrian Reavers need to be in numbers together for them to get really effective focus fire and then to just like overwhelm Centaurs with sheer weight of numbers. Silverhelm's finally getting a good charge onto the Centis on this side of the field, locking in the Centaurs in combat with the Illyrian Reaver Archers, collapsing with the Silver Helms. But Forsaken unit moved up on the point. Silver Helms, or Silverin Guard, I should say, just chilling off on the side. Beautiful Searing Doom. Oh, this is so devastating. I don't know if this is a winnable matchup for the High Elves, honestly. I've tried playing this before, and it just seems really brutal, man. The overshields for Tzeentch are really nice for facilitating early dives. They've got great answers for your cavalry and the Centaurs. Your Illyrian Reaver Archers are like really the best unit you have, but even there, they have to do a lot of running. Maybe just full kite for the High Elves would work. That's really about it, though. I don't know if there's many other options build-wise for the High Elves to like persevere here. The Searing Dooms have been devastating, man. I mean, just over and over again. Well cast, well placed, and big, big damage and value. The Silverin Guard have gotten 1300 here. I don't know how the others did. Probably pretty respectable. Yeah, another 1300 here. 1400 on this one. Maybe just mass Silverin Guard backed up by the Silver Helms and Illyrian Reaver Archers is the way to go. Can't think of any other like fixed infantry units that are going to do anything otherwise. Tyrannok Chariots getting shut down by the Marauder Horsemen in combat. They've got mediocre melee defense. I mean, better than most Chariots, but Armor's not that high, and they're just gonna get killed as they're routing away. Really nice stuff from Tzeentch. The High Elves just lost momentum early. Altharion, he just kind of got locked down, and he got respectable value, but he wasn't able to carry like he really needed to here. One Silverin struggling, the others got really good value. Archers were useless, and the Sisters of Avalorn similarly unable to do much work at all, man. I mean, the Doom Knight pressure, I mean, they got in there early. One of them paid for themselves. The others were a little mediocre, but Tzeentch was just able to take so much ground against the High Elves there. They never let it go, and the Centigore micro, beautiful. I mean, one of them 2x'd value. The other was just about to pay for themselves. Had some horsemen. One did relatively well. Forsaken coming up and just stuffing back the elf pressure. And the Rangers were useless, dude. Don't bring Rangers against Tzeentch. They're never going to get good value. The Silver Helms are nice. I think the Fireborn don't want to be brought in this matchup. It's one of the few where they're not going to be very useful. The targets they want to fight are like big SCs and armored cavalry. And the SEs for Tzeentch are all flyers, pretty much. You're not going to catch them on the ground very often. And Centigores, with their AP, are going to just hammer this really expensive Dragon Prince unit. So probably just going for more Silver Helms instead of bringing the Fireborn. But, yeah, man, this is just not easy. Not easy for the High Elves at all. Alright. Alright. It was well played, Tyrande. High Elves really tough, like I said. I hope you have a good rest of the day. Catch up on the replays later, and you know, I'll be coaching you up, giving you some ideas of how maybe you can handle the matchups. I really do think Tzeentch is pretty lopsided against High Elves. Just metal magic in general is great against cavalry factions, and you know High Elves are super reliant on cavalry in general. Constantly dodging Searing Doom is a big ask for anybody. It is not easy. It's downright impossible sometimes, in fact. Alright. Moving on, we've got Jaden versus Fabrosi here. We've got some Black Orcs with shields, which I think are a really good call. They're ITP, so they're not affected by fear or terror-causing units. They've got great defensive stats. High armor, silver shields. They'll survive volleys from pretty much anything. The only thing they need to worry about is Carronades, Queen Bess, and the Deck Gunners. And there is the Shade Wraith Gunners out here. We'll see how Jaden's going to be shutting those down.
I ain't talking for talking's sake. This gets him into the yard. So, we're gonna have a good scrap.
Yeah.
Damn, lads.
Let's go, Grimgor. Grimgor's coming in here with pretty much all of his items, too, so really expensive. Sure, why not? Honestly, he can work. As long as he's able to, like, fight on an objective and just grind against stuff, he gets a lot of value, honestly. He just has crazy good stats. I mean, the melee defense is a little low, but he does have some abilities that can, you know, help him out in that regard a little bit. Orc Shaman moving up. We got Foot of Gork, here we go, and Brain Bursta. Brain Bursta and Foot of Gork should be able to kill the Shade Wraith Gunners. Both of those spells do pretty big damage. Screaming right up the field to try and cast it here, I think. Oh, I don't know about this. Okay, good dodges, though, so that's really nice.
Keep it from the foe.
Weaving his way in here. Fabrosi probably, yeah, needs to get the Shade Wraith Gunners moving, and here comes the Foot of Gork. Really well placed. Also going to hit the Bomber Mob here. Oh, not nearly as much damage as I was expecting, though. About half the HP on the Shade Wraith Gunners gone. No healing magic for the vampires. Good micro out of that position, though, from the Orc Shaman. Still has plenty of magic left in the bank. You can just get back behind the line here and save up. I would probably not use another Foot of Gork after watching how little damage that one really did. It's like half their HP. I would probably just use Brain Bursta because it's got a pretty good radius on it. It does a decent amount of damage as well. In fact, I mean, in terms of like the damage difference, Foot of Gork has a bigger radius. It does have more damage outright and more AP. But at Brain Bursta being so much cheaper, I think would be a little bit more efficient over time wearing these guys down. How much range can you, how far away do you have to be? 200 meters is also pretty far. Same here. These guys have 245 meter range. You should be able to close the gap easily enough with that good of micro to continue popping the Brain Burstas and moving out of range of the Shade Wraith Gunners. Air Boys and the Greenskins in general looking to position their troops on the number 2. Fabrosi being very patient here. Shade Wraith Gunners wearing down one of the Orc Boys in the front line. Doing a pretty good job of pummeling them early. Grimgor's chilling. You know, he's just going to wait until it's time for him to move up and get into the fight. Handguns opening fire as well. Greenskin's pulling back, which is really smart right now. They don't need to engage onto the Vampire Coast line. They've got the double cap. They can hold this for a little while to come. They really are not under that much pressure. You do have some deckhand mobs and some animated hulks squeaking up onto the number 2. Savage Orcs are going to get up here and probably help stop that cap weight. The pump wagons can sit on the edge, and we do get the Air Boys opening up. They're going to kill the deckhand mobs pretty quickly. I would avoid engaging that front line, though, with the Orc Boys. Orc Boys are pretty good at killing deckhand mobs for, you know, a pretty cost-effective amount of value. The issue is when they get into combat, and then there's terror-causing units getting into the fight as well. Their leadership tends to falter pretty quickly because they're not ITP at all. And if they start taking serious damage, then they just end up running away oftentimes. But there's no Morngulls or anything out on the field yet. And they do get into combat. They're doing a good job at holding this objective down, fighting the deckhand mobs. It's not like pump wagons just run right into the Lamprey's Revenge, though. Very painful. Lampreys should be able to kill this pump wagon. And are the Orcs going to be able to close the gap enough to be able to shut down the Vampire Coast's shooting, man? I would be pulling these handguns back. The Sirens could get up in here onto the Savage Orcs. Losing this handgun unit, not really something that you want to allow happen right now. You need the deckhand mobs to be trickling forward and being the ones to stuff up the momentum here. Grimgor finds the Fleet Admiral, pops your next, and is just beating the ever-loving hell out of her. You know, she's not a terrible combatant, but with 5 melee defense, against this character with 750 weapon strike, 94 melee attack, 55 melee defense as well. Oh my god, she's gonna die here. Fabrosi about to lose the Lord to Grimgor. Grimgor just getting in there and pulling her apart, man. 1,700 value, give or take, on him. Yeah, 1764. Big stuff from Grimgor. Big value lead for Jaden, but a lot of that's tied up in the caster. It's going to come down to whether the orcs are able to, like, finish off the gun line. If they're going to be able to take this game or not, because the Vampire Coast could grind it back from here still. It's not going to be easy, though, and the Airboys are doing a good job of poking down a lot of the handguns. Still holding the number 2. Scurvy Dogs moving in. We do have some Boarboy Biggins back here who can peel for this Airboy unit, which is really where they should be going right now. All things being equal, I don't think it's very important to send them in against the animated Hulks right now. You got some Orc Boys and Squig Herds who could hold this up. And you just want to pull your Airboys back so that they're healthy in the late game and they can continue to just poke down all of the shooting here. Trickling forward a little bit, but they're getting onto the Shade Wraith Gunners. Closing this gap is kind of huge, and the Shade Wraith Gunners have gotten okay value. They never got a heal, though, because there's no heals. They've used a lot of their ammo, and they really have not quite paid for themselves yet. They're trying to peel the Boarboy Biggins off of this gunnery mob. We finally get Mournghouls moving up. Mournghouls are awesome. Because they clear out heavily armored infantry. They've got terror to just send chaff flying all over the place. But a lot of crumbling going on. Backline's pretty compromised, and almost all of the shooting is offline now. And we do get a wah going down. It's going to help clear out a lot of the deckhand mobs, the animated Hulks, losing a lot of HP just fighting against these Airboys and the Savage Orcs in melee combat now. 54 melee attack on Savage Orcs. One of the better chaff units that the Greenskins have access to. As long as there's not a ton of magic damage to threaten them, they just rip, run, and roar all over the cheaper stuff and can even uptrade into slightly more expensive lightly armored infantry. Lamprey's Revenge get rear charged by the Boarboy Biggins here, who are getting some pretty decent value, and you can see the Black Orcs just holding the line, dude. Rock solid. Even after taking this much damage, their leadership's still hanging in there pretty nicely. Mournghouls are moving in on the other side here, and Sirens and Mournghouls together should clear out this other Black Orc unit. But you can see some really good focus fire from the remaining Airboy units. You got 3 fairly healthy ones. One is pretty beat up and running away. They should be able to poke down the Lamprey's Revenge here. You do get a immovable Bulwark imbuement, and then popping Here We Go to get that melee attack back up. 66 melee defense. 38 melee attack, that's obviously going to go down to basically 0. Or it is going to be less than 0, technically. You can't have a negative chance to hit, though. There is a minimum. I think it's like a 10 or 15% chance to hit or something like that. Even if you have 0 melee attack and your opponent's got like a bazillion melee defense, for example. There's still a minimum chance that you can make contact. But the extra melee defense is going to make it really hard for the animated Hulks and the Mournghouls and the Sirens to finish these guys off, and it's going to give a lot of time for those archers to just rack it up, dude. And they're really starting to trade favorably now. 2 of them have already doubled their value. The other one back here, finally getting safe, has paid for itself and should be able to get some extras. The Shade Wraith Gunners, they're pretty beat up. They got 20 models left, but I don't think they're going to be able to help flip the tide of this battle. It's just gone so far against Fabrosi here. And Grimgor's doing his thing. He's just pounding everything that he comes into contact with. 2,300 value, and he's fighting next to the boys. Black Orcs look so freaking cool now with their color schemes.
I knew it.
Like some factions with the faction army color pickers just look so sick. And this is a prime example of a unit that has all kinds of amazing, like, color options. The Savage Orcs war paint looks pretty cool too, man. Yeah, look at the face paint. Oh, it's so freaking awesome. The Warhammer 3 aesthetics have just gone absolutely crazy as of late. There's some stuff here and there that can get touched up, but on the whole, man, CA, keep it up. Proud of y'all. Respectable value on the Black Orcs. They both got around 500-600 gold value, but they were in some pretty rough fights. I mean, they were fighting some really big monsters and just locking them down. They did not let anything get into the backline hardly. These Scurvy Dogs got cleaned up pretty well by the Squig Herds, and then the Boar Boy Biggins coming in. And the Greenskins were just able to just swarm all over the Vampire Coast here. Handguns, mediocre. Shade Wraith Gunners, they also struggled a lot. That Fleet Admiral dying early was just... That's a death sentence that Vampire Coast just can't afford. They're way more reliant on their magic than the... It's crazy to say this. They're more reliant on magic than the Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts, like I said, at least have a lot of passive healing available to them outside of, like, invos and stuff like that. They've also got pretty respectable melee fighters on the roster that can kind of make up for the fact that... you know, they don't have any ranged units. Vampire Coast are just so dependent on their range and the DPS from their spell casting that if they lose their caster and their range gets shut down, there's nothing that they're going to be able to do to grind back into a game. Their melee units are just not good enough, or they're too expensive to be able to carry matches for them. I'm talking with the Hitman a little bit more. I'm just trying to figure out what the process is for sending people these DLC codes. We have one more DLC code available. So I'm going to do what I did earlier. I have in my head right now a 2-digit number. And whoever can guess what that number is, number between 0 and 99, gets the DLC. And then you can DM me, and I can get you the code. And if you have any issues, I can direct you to Hitman Hippo. Whoever gets it first gets the DLC. It's a different number now. It's not the same number, Broccoli. Nice try, though. The only DLC you can't get is the newest one that's coming up. That's the only restriction. That's why Aggie is giving up his code. So you can even get Omens if you want to. You just can't get the Slanesh DLC. You actually did guess one of the last numbers, believe it or not. Alright. But y'all just go for it. Whoever gets it, y'all can just guess as many times as you want. I'm gonna keep an eye on chat. And I'll just, you know, keep checking through it until somebody gets the number right. It's between 0 and 99. So just go crazy, guys. I want to see anarchy. I want to see some blood in the streets. Blood, sweat, and tears for it. Yeah, I'm sorry. If only. If only. I thought you knew. I thought you went back through and, I thought maybe you had been here. And, gotten one of them. Or heard it. That's really funny, though. Not 0. $69's a great guess, but it ain't it. That ain't it. Keep going, guys. Go until I stop you. One of y'all has the palindrome of the number already. Alright. Let's do some Cathay versus Coast. I'll keep coming back and checking on it. Oh. Hey, Broccoli. Guess who got it? Ding ding. Sorry, Ninja. Jesus, Broccoli's freaking reading my mind over here. Oh my god. Terrifying.
Never shirking my responsibility to...
DM me what DLC that you're looking for. It can be any of them except for the upcoming Slaanesh DLC.
Fight. For you!
Only the dozenth guess. I mean, hey man, you gotta get in there. If you're talking about, there's so many permutations with just 2 numbers having to guess between them all. So, I mean, pretty solid guessing. We got Peasant Archers, we got some Crane Gunners, Jade Warriors advancing up the field here. Pretty solid Cathay build. We've got Wanbo. He's got Nets of Amontok and no other spells, so just going for Nets. I don't know how important Nets are for the undead, honestly, and I would prefer Zhao Ming over the Jade Dragon. Just because Zhao Ming has Dragon Breath, which is so powerful against chaff units. Does massive damage. It is one of the best chaff clear pieces in the game. Well, we do have a Fire Rain Rocket, which I think is going to be Cathay's answer for all these bodies, man, because Hamp just went for a 20 stack, which is super saucy. Not a bad idea at all. Not opting for any handguns, though, just bringing lots of gunnery mobs. We'll see how that plays out. You know, Jade Warriors have respectable armor and a decent shield. They might be able to just outlast the gunnery mobs. While the Peasant Archers, they've got decent range. They can probably poke down a majority of the ranged tools for the Vampire Coast here without too many issues. Fire Rain Rocket opening up, but just shooting at one lonely deckhand mob out here. It's like a long time to get good value out of that thing, if that's what you're focusing on. The Zhangu War Drum's getting hammered right now by the Carronade. Being summoned in here for Hamp, really good option, just to poke down this very, very expensive centerpiece. Maybe not expensive centerpiece, but very what's the word? I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's pretty necessary for the for Cathay in domination mode in a lot of matchups to have this thing online. It gives big buffs. You know, you either get armor from the Bastion of the Great Cities, or really what you want to do more often than not is just use Disdain of the Dragon Emperor. It just gives melee attack and reload skill, so it benefits both the front line and the back line, as well as giving good leadership benefits, as well as imbuing harmony onto everything, since it gives yin and yang. This thing, it costs a pretty penny, but it gives you such a nice position of strength as Cathay, which is really important for them, because they tend to fall off really badly if they get pushed off of objectives early on. And the fact that they were able to get up here before the Vampire Coast is already giving them a nice position to just fire away from and pick apart the front line. They do need to shoot down the gunnery mobs, though, as well as focus fire any of these Mornghuls that are moving in. And the Zhangu War Drum's getting hit really hard. It needs to stay close to that front line. You need it to be buffing all of your Jade Warriors up. And where the hell is Zhao Ming? Or Wan Bo, I should say. He's so far back. He's not up here at all to assist the frontline fight, which is not great. He needs something to beat up on Silastra. She's just on foot, too. She'd be a really good target for Wan Bo right now. Since he has magic attacks at base, he'd be able to clear through her really quickly. Zhangu War Drum on the run, but it's still not quite able to get away from the Carronade, but we do get a good dive with the Onyx Crowmen, who are able to get on top of this thing. Scurvy Dogs are responding, finally. I don't know if they're going to be able to save the Carronade in time, though. Onyx Crowmen, they're pretty squishy, only 15 armor. They've got respectable melee defense, though, for a flying unit. They might be able to start crumbling out this Carronade before they go down here. There's not a lot of crew members left. And the Zhangu War Drum making its getaway. It's just rolling deep into the back lines. We do get a big push from the Vampire Coast onto the #1 objective here. They've got a big value lead, too. These bomber mobs have been brutal. Paying for themselves really nicely there. Wan Bo is just so expensive. I think a Shugengan Lord would be a little bit stronger. Also pretty effective. Wan Bo's just a big investment. Money-wise. He's almost 3,000 with all of his stuff. With a very pared down kit, I'm pretty sure he's still about 2,400 gold. We'll check after this. Oh, is going to get the execute off on poor Silastra, but I don't think you really even need it to begin with. I mean, she's just in range for it. She's probably going to crumble out anyways. She does rally there, and she is out of range. There she goes. She gets popped. The execute does go down on her. Carronade is gone. Zhangu War Drum is still trying to get away, though. Jade Warrior is holding pretty nicely against the Mornghuls, but these guys must have killed another Jade Warrior already. They've got 1,200 value, 51 kills. Pretty decent stuff, and the Peasant Archers are running, and Cathay did lose the #2 objective here, and Wan Bo is just surrounded, man. The Damn Knight's Errant getting summoned out and getting a full surround off on him. He's snared pretty badly by the mass, and then there's also the Frostbite and the pistols just poking away at him. 400 value on this gunnery mob. This one back here hasn't really done anything. Deckhand mobs just holding the line on the point. Empress Crowman, Peasant Horsemen out on the field. The Fire Rain Rocket has gotten a lot of kills, but not a lot of value. Only about 500. I think these cost 1,000 gold. So Cathay is just way too far on the back foot, man. They're not out of it in terms of value trading, but the problem, like I said, is the fact that they're so bad at recontesting points. And Wanbo being this beat up and not having any way to clear chaff is another big issue. Shugengan Lords are way cheaper and also have magic attacks and could have killed Silostra if they needed to. They're also really fast and hard to lock down for, say, like Luther Harkon or somebody like that. And I think Cathay really just needs numbers on the ground, man. I don't think that they can afford to give up any space at all to the Vampire Coast. I was a little worried seeing all the gunnery mobs, but they've just swarmed the battlefield so effectively. And the Jade Warriors are just getting run over by all the animated Hulks and deckhand mobs on the field. Jade Lancers moving in, they're getting some respectable value. A little bit of momentum onto the number 2, but, you know, a recontest from the Vampire Coast is going to start flipping that back. Number 1 is really firmly held. Where are the numbers for the Vampire Coast? Okay, they're trotting out a bunch of chaff now. Man, I just, you know, maybe without the Fire Rain Rocket and a cheaper Lord, Cathay would have been in a better position. It does look like some Scurvy Dogs or something may have gotten back here. Maybe just some bats. Some Fell Bats can kill those crews fairly effectively. Wanbo's just going to be flying around. He's just not going to find a whole lot of success on the battlefield anymore. It's a really nice attack in there. Killing quite a few of the deckhand mobs, but the Morngul's rally back here immediately. They got Frostbite, they're slowing him down, they break his leadership. He's going to get pushed back immediately. Armor of the Dragon's Gaze gives damage resistance to Wanbo, and allies get ITP and leadership. It's a pretty small radius, though. I don't think it's really worth it. I'll show off a build that I think might work for Grand Cathay. As cool as this guy is, I think that there are matchups where he can be really good. I think Wanbo's really good against Khorne, where his nets can be super impactful, and his dragon form can also do a lot to carry the game for you. Here against the Vampire Coast, I think there's just way too many chaff options available to them. Alright, hold on, guys. I might need to restart the stream here, because I see it's starting to trip itself up. Yeah, animated Hulks all paying for themselves really close, at the very least. About 400 value on all of them. And they were pretty healthy there at the end as well, too. There was just a lot of really good fundamentals from the Vampire Coast player. The deckhand mobs, as you can see, didn't get a lot of value, but they were stacked very nicely with the animated Hulks. So the Hulks were actually able to do damage and avoid a lot of return from the Jade Warriors in the front line. Because independently, animated Hulks are a pretty terrible unit. When you add them into the meat shields, and they're allowed to just, like, stay there all game, they'll eventually grind out a decent amount of value for you. Kyrenade did some pretty decent damage. It pushed the Zhanggu War Drum back pretty nicely. I just completely forgot about these Crane Gunners. They got nothing done that game. They kind of got run over. Fire Rain Rocket was mediocre. The Onyx Crowmen were nice. They got some good damage. The Jade Lancers, I don't think you need this much cavalry against the Coast. Vampire Coast and Dowie are pretty similar. Vampire Coast are just like a squishier Dowie faction with access to, you know, like some decent match. We back? We good? Okay, I think the restart worked, so we're back. We're in here. Hopefully you don't have too many more problems. I'm talking to Hitman Hippo. I'm going to get the codes for the people who have already requested. And Broccoli, just let me know what you want. You can pick anything other than the upcoming one. I need to geo-check Steam real quick. Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. It was very tolerable. Okay. Well, just in case, I want y'all to have the best viewing experience possible. It's usually not that hard for me to fix. It's usually just a restart. Usually if I'm streaming for a decent amount of time, sometimes it just gets finicky, gets temperamental. Not a lot you can do about that. And infamous for shitty internet service. Assumed it was on your end. Nah, it was on my end for this time. Sick. Favors Coast we just watched. Let me get rid of all these so I don't get confused. We're not going to be able to finish them all today, but we'll get through 3 or 4 more, and then I'll probably pop out. I'll go recover. And then tomorrow we can do some more replays from the tournament here, and then maybe we can do some quick battles as well. Just depending on what I'm up for. I'm really happy to see that everybody had a pretty good tournament experience today. Because I think I speak for just about every tournament organizer, and honestly pretty much everybody in the community itself, when I say that's really all that we care about. We just want people to have fun. We don't really host these tournaments and everything for money, and it's mostly just bragging rights and a little bit of smack talk at the most. Trying to keep things positive is really the most important thing for us. So White Lions of Trace coming in here. Honestly, pretty decent against Khorne, and we do get Transmutation of Lead and Plague of Rust. Really good spell options. So Pop Flux, taking notes from the last few tournaments. Tyrion's out here on the field. You know, Valkia can scrap with Tyrion a little bit. She's got to be really careful, though. She can really only do it when Demon Shield is active. She does have the Scarlet Armor, which is a nice spell. Or not spell, but a good item. Lowers weapon strength by 20% when it's fully charged. It takes a little while to charge up, but usually isn't too bad. Illyrian Reaver Archers poking the throwing axes off the number 2. Khorne did cap it, but the superior mobility here of the High Elves should be able to grab this objective now. We do get Khorngors going up through the woods here. The Rangers should go in on the Marauders. Man, this is like a really even army composition from both sides here. So the High Elves have an answer in the White Lions against the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. The Rangers can engage the Marauders, and the Illyrian Reaver Archers can kind of poke everything, but especially poke down the Marauder Horsemen here. Tyrion counters Valkia pretty nicely. The only thing that the High Elves are not going to have an immediate answer for are these Cultists. Cultists are so chunky, dude. Such a cool character. They honestly do pretty well, and this summon that they have, the Gate of Khorne, is really strong. It's great for either summoning into the backline to push missiles, or you can use the Bloodletter summon, like pop it behind the front line and use the Bloodletters to like charge onto the back of infantry for free. That actually works really well for grinding your opponent into dust, man, because it gives you a lot of momentum. Oh, I think the Khorngors got spotted out here. I think when the horsemen came over here and the Rangers kind of maneuvered over, I think they got just close enough to where the Khorngors got spotted in the woods here. And the Rangers do get into a really good fight. Rangers are very good against Khorngors, but Fleshhounds moving in from the flank are going to start ripping into the poor Rangers here. Now, there is a debuff on the Fleshhounds thanks to the forest terrain. It's not that big of a deal. They still got magic damage and good weapon strength. They should be able to break down those Rangers over there. Chaos Warriors fighting the White Lions here. Good shots from the flank by the throwing axes. We've got the Illyrian Reaver Archers just holding on to the number 2 here. Khorne getting their horsemen up. Khorne horsemen do win in melee combat if they get the charge off. One Illyrian Reaver Archer is probably going to be going down, but good reaction from Popflux, immediately pulling back. Look at them just wearing down all of the Khornate forces here, not giving up too much ground. Little bit of momentum lost on the number 1, the Khorngor, and the Fleshhound winning in the forest there really nicely. We are going to get a transmutation of lead going down. Big debuff on all of these Khornate units. Illyrian Reaver Archers, you can't afford to lose this point for the High Elves. They do need to get back up on this. I mean, you do have an Arcane Phoenix coming in, but it's fighting Furies. Furies against lightly armored single entities can do pretty respectable damage. It is occupying these guys. How well are the High Elves gonna be at... How well are they gonna do scrapping back into this one? One of the White Lions is going down. I mean, they just kind of collided into the front line of the Khornate forces. And with the Cultists here, as well as Marauders having respectable melee attack, Chaos Warriors doing pretty well in their own right, they just weren't able to quite carry it. And the Gate of Khorne is available for both Cultists by now, I think. That or very close to it. Beautiful Ember Storm from the Arcane Phoenix, though. Absolutely obliterating the Marauders here. But Khorne is starting to grind down the High Elves units. The infantry fight didn't go very well. Tyrion has found one of the Cultists, but now Valkia's getting in here. She's going to do some pretty decent damage to him. Tyrion in the 2v1, definitely not going to be long for this world if he's not careful here. And the War Lions of Trace are a good unit against Khorne if they don't get caught by Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds are a perfect counter to these War Lions, dude. Very similar stat line at base. Better weapon strength, and there's physical resist on the Fleshhounds, though. That gives them a leg up over the War Lions here, who are just that little bit squishier, I would say. Fighting those demons. And Tyrion is taking a pounding right now, but we do get another Transmutation of Lead. The Arcane Phoenix has moved in. Valkia taking some nasty shots from it. Does pop Demon Shield, but she needs to use this opportunity to disengage right now. Pop Flux will eventually be able to win that single entity duel. Just because Tyrion's gonna get his Heart of Avalorn proc in a minute here. I mean, it's guaranteed. It's a pretty significant heal. He will get back up to about, what, 3,700 HP? Maybe not quite that much, about 3,000. And the cultists are almost dead here. They really need to use their summons before they go down. Big mistake from Hallman incoming, potentially. The Illyrian Reaver archers are all very beat up, and they're charging into combat and getting countered by the Fleshhounds now. And there we go. We do get one Bloodletter summon coming out. It's going to lock down a lot of these cavalrymen. And the Arcane Phoenix is just going to have to put in a lot of work to be able to pull this back. The thing about the Arcane Phoenixes is that they are pretty pricey. Instead of bringing them in, maybe the Fireborn would be the play. Not to say that it's a bad unit in this matchup, but it is maybe a little overcosted for what it's trying to do here. Khorne does have all of the objectives now. They've got some Rangers up on this point, but Rangers faltering to Fleshhounds yet again, and Marauder Horsemen throwing axes are really good in melee combat, like I mentioned earlier. They've got a really good charge bonus. They can beat Illyrian Reavers on the charge. They can also rear charge Rangers and do good damage that way. And the Bow Cavalry have gotten their value back, but they have to put in a lot more work than that in this matchup, in my experience. And I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that, unfortunately. But Tyrion's hanging in. The Arcane Phoenix is in the field, and it does have, it does cause terror. If Valkia goes down, and the High Elves are able to rally up a decent force of infantry to start retaking objectives, they might be able to win this game. Valkia does get terror routed. Rahagra's Pride chasing after her here. But the Arcane Phoenix and Tyrion hot on her trails. She's very slow on the ground. She's actually only got around 40 foot speed. Her speed in the air is great, but it's in situations like this that she can really get hammered down. She is a little finicky. If she gets caught out, she's an awful character, but she's one of the best value trade tools in the game if you use her properly. But she does get shattered here on the Arcane Phoenix, taking down the Shield Maiden of Khorne. She's going for her spear for one last thrust, but she just doesn't have the strength, man. And another Transmutation of Lead going down, debuffing all of the Khorne infantry. The White Lion's still struggling, though. That Bloodletter summon, honestly not doing a lot of damage, though. Man, that, Chaos Warriors and the Khorngors and the Cultists have been putting quite a bit of work in, man. But Tyrion's going to start taking this game over. All of the characters for Khorne are being handled now. And the leadership problems are going to start rearing their heads, and Khorne is looking pretty gassed right now. All they've got are some Fleshhounds, and their Marauder Horsemen are fleeing for their lives currently. The magic has been so nice, dude. All the Starwood staff charges have been used. The Transmutation of Lead I've seen a couple of times, but mostly it's been, Plague of Rust I've seen a couple of times. Mostly it's been Transmutation of Lead keeping the High Elves in this battle. Beautiful pushback now. Rahagra's Pride with the remaining War Lions here. They can go bully the Chaos Warriors and the Forsaken coming in. Khorne's just throwing infantry out. It is triple cap territory. That's where Khorne might be able to hang in here. I'd love to see some Silver Helms, or save up for the Fireborn to just ice this game out. You've got plenty of time to get this last objective here. You need to just make sure that you've secured the number 2 and killed any units that are just hovering in the backfield for Khorne. And then you should be able to take this. You have the Minotaurs coming out of the trees. They're going to be a little difficult to handle. Some bow cavalry would be pretty solid for them. I don't know what you're going to do against these guys. Throwing the Arcane Phoenix in here alone's not the way. Oh, but maybe going to be able to punish on the overextend. Does collapse all at once, and Khorne is a little overextended. They're busy cleaning up the Rangers over here. Rangers are getting massacred right now, but it is leaving the Minotaurs to their doom, essentially. They're being isolated by a huge blob of High Elf forces, and while Minotaurs are good against all of these units individually, just with the weight and numbers that's available here for the High Elves, they are able to drag down these Minos with a minimum of casualties, honestly. I mean, the Minotaurs only got about 700 value here. 1350 gold unit. High Elves really close to taking a value lead as well here. Fleshhounds just grinding in against the Rangers. Might be able to finish them, dude. Oh no, don't let it happen. Say it ain't so for the High Elves. They've just been throwing Rangers out on the field, and Rangers are just not that good against the Blood God. They're mediocre into a lot of factions. They can be really good against Khorngors, and that's about it. They suffer against armored infantry of any kind. Beautiful Ember Storm, though, from the Arcane Phoenix, which is getting insane value. Oh my god. You gotta love people who can micro single entities like this. It's a freaking skill. It is not easy. More Illyrian Reaver archers coming out. Should be able to hold on to that number 2 objective, and the High Elves really need to get momentum onto the number 3, but we do have Tyrion isolated, and the Minotaurs did rally. If they're able to surround Tyrion, they might be able to put a beat down on him. He's so close to getting his Heart of Avalorn again. Although it does seem to indicate that he got it already. Oh, I think it was debuffed because of the Forsaken that are in here, but all of the Khorne forces just routing suddenly. Terrified and their leadership broken by being rear charged, I would guess. Attacked in flank, Lord dead. Yeah, attacked in the rear. Running for the hills, and the High Elves getting a little momentum up onto the number 3 objective now. They've got, you know, about 2 minutes to work with. They're stuffing back the Marauders over here. What you need to do is just pull 2 cavalry, or honestly just 1 cavalry unit back to the number 2. Use it to poke the Marauders and cycle charge them while the other guys come over to the home objective of Khorne to try and steal that away. If you're able to, you get a win here, for sure. Forsaken routing way off into the middle distance here. On the High Elves with 2 Rangers up on this point, Tyrion and the Mage, who's on death's bed practically. Still hanging in there, and Tyrion does get the Heart of Avalorn procced. Gonna be able to beat up on the Cultist. Chaos Warriors doing their best here, but the tide of battle is kind of against them. Need a rear charge here. Really good micro from the Hallman right now. Gets a really good charge off on the Rangers, who, as I said, very squishy on the armor front. Khorne Horsemen, very good weapon strength. Just cleaning house on these poor Rangers right now. And the High Elves not going to be able to take this. Khorne does flip the momentum back, but the Horse Archers are still here and can maneuver over now to try and take this point. You don't have any time to spare. You have to pull the trigger on that immediately. The Fireborn finally coming up. It took so long to get these guys out, and it was really at the expense of bringing up all of these really poor quality infantry when your opponent's got a lot of really solid counters to them available on the field, man. Not a good sight for the High Elves. The Horse Archers need to be over here early. The Khorngors get up on the point. We do get a terror route onto the Marauder Horsemen here. Could terror route the Chaos Warriors as well, but you're going to run out of room to kite around this objective with the Khorngors and the Bloodletters out on the field. The Fireborn need to get in here. You just need to full commit now. You don't have any time to play around with this. I don't even know if the High Elves are going to be able to take it. They can't get off this point for even a second. No, please, Pop. Oh, dude. Super close. Really well played by the High Elves, but I think they're just a couple seconds off from the cap, dude. Tragedy. Oh, my God. That's freaking heartbreaking, dude. I think the Fireborn, they really needed to come in the mid-game. On further reflection, the Arcane Phoenix was the right call when it came out onto the field. But having the Fireborn as the next summon after the Phoenix would have been really good for protecting your Illyrian Reaver archers. And just playing back on your home objective and scrapping over the number 2 and taking it whenever Khorne leaves that point, I think would have been a really good counterplay to the aggression that Khorne likes to throw forward. Because Khorne wants to body you. They want to kill your entire force, you know? They're very capable of it. That's generally how they just dominate most factions in the game. Denying that opportunity and being able to just keep the caps close and not lose too much momentum into them. If you can just outlast their initial rush, oftentimes Khorne players will just not have anything in the late game. It happens to me all the time. I played Charix on stream a few weeks ago. Or not a few weeks ago, a few days ago. And he was playing Tomb Kings, and I dove into his backline with my entire army, and was trading reasonably well early, but he was just able to outlast and then come back out and cap all the points away. And Popflux was really close to winning this match. I think with just a little bit more time and patient play, Popflux has this win. And I think the summon's priority just needs to be changed. So you get the Arcane Phoenix out first. It can come in and drop Ember Storms. You get the Fireborn next. Then you can summon out your War Lions, and then you can summon out your Rangers. You want to win the mobility game against Khorne. If you do that, there's not a lot they can do. Their infantry and their mobility have to play very in sync with one another for them to be able to win games. And if you can dominate any one facet of the battlefield against Khorne, you can probably wear them out before the before games end. And it was almost pulled off by Popflux here. I loved the effort though. Crazy well played. Thank you, Fly. Yeah, welcome to the community, for real. It's good to have some more folks in here. I'm very excited to demystify things for you, because PvP is insanely dense, dude. Dragon Emmerich is great, but Emmerich is so expensive, man. He costs a frickin' arm and a leg. I really do think Tyrion's actually better against Khorne. Tyrion beats Skulltaker, he beats Valkia, he beats Scarbrand, even. Scarbrand's a little riskier for Tyrion, just because Scarbrand hits so hard. You're not going to see Scarbrand all that often as the High Elves anyways. Emmerich's a really big commitment, man. Tyrion does it for a budget. I swear by him. As a Khorne player myself, they're like my first and foremost faction. The last thing I want to see is Tyrion and some metal magic, like what Popflux has. This is like a custom built like arrangement that I basically handed to Popflux to counter Khorne. If you want to go for this style. Otherwise, if you're not going for like a kitey style with some AP infantry and metal magic to like facilitate trades and debuffs, then you want to just bring like a ton of single entities that cause terror. But there you bring an Archmage of Life, and you bring the Omen of Assyrian with a Moondragon, and then you just fill out the rest of your army with Illyrian Reaver archers. And then, like, Lothern Sea Guard, and lots of other, like, Reaver Cav, Silverhelms, maybe the Fireborn. You don't really need the Fireborn at that point, though, because you got the single entities. It's kind of back and forth, man. Yeah, so Broccoli, you can have literally any DLC that you desire. If you want Chaos Dowie, you get Chaos Dowie. If you want Omens of Destruction, you get Omens of Destruction. Anything. I'll let Hippo know. Sweet. Y'all should definitely go give Hitman Hippo a shout out for setting this tournament up and getting some keys from CA, because it's honestly kind of a huge deal. Like, you know, CA has been putting in a lot of work to kind of break down some of the barriers between the company and the community, and Hitman Hippo going out of his way to set this up so that, you know, every single streamer is giving out, you know, 3 DLC keys. It's actually pretty nice. I mean, it's pretty generous, all things considered. There's a lot of companies that wouldn't even be willing to go that far, but, you know, we're out here working with cool folks all the way around. We got Empire for Hire versus Feral Hog, so we got some vampire counts coming in here. Vampire counts have turned into a pretty dominant faction for multiplayer. They've gotten really scary. Maximilianaire is the one who's really pumping up the win rate. But they are very strong, so we'll see how they can do into Kislev. Kislev's got some good answers, but just speaking from experience, because I played in a tournament not too long ago, and Falling Star was playing Beastman. I know that's a little different from Kislev, but brought the Incarnate Elemental regardless. And this thing, while it does get reasonable amounts of value against the blobbed up infantry, Incarnate Flock of Doom, I don't think does enough damage to out-heal, or out-damage the healing from the corpse cards. So I'm a little worried for Empire on that front. Ice Witch has Death Frost, just trying to wear out the heroes. We got the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. This dude is so spicy. Great Lord option. Has big damage potential, man. An absolute hammer against lightly armored units. Doesn't have some of the other abilities and debuffs. I would really like to see Heart Piercer, because that sunders armor and gives a big weapon strength buff to the Blood Dragon Lord. If he's on the Hellsteed, I really like it for him. If he's on the Dragon, it's not nearly as important. He should still be very effective, though. The Ice Witch is going to need to be careful. I mean, popping Death Frost on this guy is great and all, but like I said, Vampire Counts have great heals. I mean, they'll just outlast anything as long as you don't massively fumble the bag. So, he should be fairly durable. But we get double Frostworm coming out. Honestly, a really good call. vampire counts can struggle against single entities. And we do have a double cap early from Kislev. They've got a Zargard up on the number 2 with the eye switch just hanging out nearby. They're just kind of eyeing each other up right now. Vampire counts don't want to go for this back objective. There's too much shooting over there. The number 2 is really where they need to rotate. And they need to do this a little more carefully than what they're doing right now. So the reason you don't want to just turn your formation like this, 2 things. You leave the edge of your formation way too close to the enemy's shooting. Kislev's got a lot of bows here and some armored Kossars. They will absolutely wreck the skeleton spearman as the spearman gets up to about here. What you really want to do is instead like shift your formation side to side. Like just maneuver the units over and then move up. That way your front line is a little bit more well spaced to avoid the shooting from Kislev here. And you still get up on this point without too much of a delay. Blood Knight's out. Very good call-in. Blood Knight's amazing unit. Easily one of the best heavy cavalry units in the game, despite not having armor piercing. They've still got a decent amount, and their bonus versus large of 22 is honestly kind of mad. It is juicy. They really don't struggle against much of anything. Black Coach goes up through the trees and gets a massive charge off on the Kossars here, but Frostworm moves in immediately and is going to be smacking this thing up. Gets a really good shot in there against it. Black Coach going to be pulling out, but debuffed really badly on the speed. The Frostworm might have been able to catch it there. This is one of the reasons I really like speed debuffs on the Ice Switch. If you're not going to go for chaff clear type of spells, Ice Sheet is a really good debuff that stacks with Frostbite really nicely. You could catch the Black Coach with one good cast of Ice Sheet and the Frostworm colliding with it. And it's not really going to be able to go anywhere at that point, because it's going to be a 55% speed debuff. There's other ways that you can stack more slows on top of that. It's really wild. Kislev has some crazy combos. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord kind of getting shot up a little bit. You know, a little too close to the Kossars there. Gun units, even if they don't have great AP, can still do reasonably good damage to armored flyers just because the missile speed on guns is way faster than bows. I don't know what Feral is doing here. This is not where you want to be going. This is way too far in. With not good enough capture weight to be able to steal this away from Kislev. They really should have just been out here. There's nothing to stop them from capping the number 2 except for one Zargard. I mean, yeah, Kislev's going to move up, but the thing is that they're going to have to do it to where they've got this big shot blocker here. With the number of shooting units they've got, and you're capping this number 2 objective, your forces are going to be like back here. Right? They've got this big shot blocker in the way. You might not think that this is taking up that much room, but it's really bisecting the forces that might be over here and over here. So if your opponent tries to send their missile units forward, they're going to have to like really stack up in this one concentrated area, which is going to make it a little bit easier to get your mobility surround, and then you can collapse on it all at once. If your opponent spreads out too much and they get their shooting units like creeping up to your own back objective, then you've got a really good opportunity to ice them. If they want to try and like rotate around and get a much cleaner firing line, they've still got to send a nice protection squad to keep the shooting from getting locked down on this side. You'd actually be putting a lot of pressure on the Kislevite army just by moving up on this number 2 objective. Coming up onto the number 1 is a bad idea for 2 primary reasons. One, and probably the biggest one, is you have awful cap weight as the vampire counts. Your zombies and your skeleton warriors have expendable weight. What that means, functionally for you, one Kislevite warrior outcaps 3 zombies, or 3 skeleton warriors, or any combination thereof. So Kislev has how many units here? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 SEs. They've got 36 cap weight on this point. The vampire counts don't even have 36 cap weight with all of these units here. Like, not even close. I mean, the Sternsmen are giving 5. And you've got all these skeleton warriors and zombies that are giving about 12 in total. And then you've got the SEs, the corpse carts, and the White Kings who all have 3. So you're getting massively outcapped by Kislev still. And they'll be able to bring up infantry way quicker than you will, because vampire count infantry on the high end of speed, which is Cairn Wraiths, who cost 850 gold and have 46 movement speed, is the best you're going to get access to. Graveguard have 27, and then don't even talk to me about zombies, dude. Zombies have 23 foot speed, take them ages to get up to this point. And skeletons aren't much better. They've got 31 foot speed. It's going to be really hard for the vampires to win this game if they're back here. Really good Scab Scrape going down with the Cossars here. Good zombie summon. A waste of a Scab Scrape on these Armored Cossars, though. Armored Cossars do not take any damage from Scab Scrape, because it has no AP on it. Really, the best thing you can do with Scab Scrape is overlap it with both White Kings casting it on the same target. Because at that point, you'll basically be killing an entire Cossar. Because they're so bunched up. Their formation's actually pretty compacted. You could be killing 3 Cossar units over the course of, like 90-second cooldown intervals, which would be really nice. Which would give you the opportunity to get a cap weight advantage. As it stands, this is going to be really tricky, man. Where are the Blood Knights? I have no... Oh, they moved up into the trees. Taking a long time to get up here. Vampire counts do have a decently close game here. The Ice Switch needs to be really careful. Doesn't really want to be fighting back here. Probably should be pulling back a little bit. And teaming up with the Incarnate Elemental, actually, to kill the Corpse Carts here would be the best way to go. The Corpse Carts are the most dangerous unit on the Undead roster. Believe it or not. I'll tell you the reason for that is they give perfect vigor to the army, as well as the passive heal from the Unholy Lodestone. That's actually really powerful, because undead troops never getting tired means that they're always at full effectiveness, while mortal troops just get tired out, and eventually they lose their effectiveness, and they're not hitting as often in combat as they should be. Value lead for Feral Hogs now. The Blood Knights are just sitting back here, though. This is a big mistake. They really need to be up here, hammering into the infantry. I do get a great rear charge on the Cossars. You might wonder why would they want to be charging down the infantry. Well, you gotta cap the #1 objective here. You don't want to leave Kislev to just hang on to this. They are starting to flip the cap weight. Kislev's numbers are just not mattering. And yeah, I mean, the Incarnate Elemental, as you can see, getting a lot of value with the Flocks of Doom. But it's just not outpacing the heals. Like, the Unholy Lodestone's perpetual healing is saving big pockets of infantry for the undead. And the Incarnate Elemental is going to get worn out here eventually. You know, it's losing stats, it's not hitting the Crypt Horrors very efficiently. It's trying to pull away. It needs to rally up with the Patriarch over here. And the Soliacs need to just be hitting every large target that Kislev has out on the field right now if they're going to want to try and win this game, because being even with the vampire counts is a nightmare scenario. Oh, and look at this, dude. Feral Hogs disengaging to cap the back objective here. Using the Blood Knights to do it, I'm not sold on. Oh, wow. And the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is getting his ass kicked back here, man. And down he goes. The Frost Maiden, or the Ice Witch, I should say. Not the Frost Maiden. That's the hero. The Ice Witch Lord is getting beat up. She does have 2,000 HP. Patriarch has 1 Soliax left. Did hit the Incarnate Elemental. And the other Frostworm, but both Frostworms are going down here. Oh, no. Please, not like this. Yeah, Ice Witch breaks, and the Vargeist are going to be able to chase her off now. That's awful for the Kislevite army. They did kill the Lord for the vampire counts, but the issue with doing that is that vampire counts don't really care that much. Yeah, they lose access to the really strong lures of magic, but their perpetual healing is going to keep enough of their army alive to still be able to throw bodies up and potentially just hammer down all of the infantry that are coming up. Oh, these are Black Knights with the lances. Oh, and the Zarguard fighting the Grave Guard right now. Cryptar is getting in here, going to do some damage. And a beautiful lancing charge from the Undead coming in here, just absolutely sandwiching these poor guys, man. There's going to be some big breaks incoming. And yeah, the Varguys chase off both of the big monsters. The Incarnate Elemental and the Patriarch doing their best to hold in here. He does end up breaking before he gets the last Solyax off. He is also on a bear, and I'm telling you, dude, bear mounts are really terrible for Patriarchs. They don't have good enough stats for these mounts. I mean, their melee attack and melee defense is really poor. You're much better off bringing this guy on foot, in my opinion, and cutting everything except for the heal. That's really all you need. This guy's like 1250 gold on this Warbear. With the Balalaika and the Courage of Sacrifice. It's not a good idea to be bringing that guy in like that. Unfortunately, bear mounts may get a buff. That would be kind of nice. I don't think they got buffed previously because Kislev used to just have insane heals. And the Patriarch was the big culprit in that. But I think they could very feasibly increase the amount that, or the stats that they have without breaking that character again. Incarnate Elemental with 2400 value, but Blood Knights with 3800. Just goes to show you how insane this unit is. All they need is a few invos and Van Hell's Dance Macabre, and they'll just carry a game for you, dude. They're still very functional with 1500 HP, believe it or not. They've got plenty of models left to be able to sit on top of any corpse carts that might come out and just heal up. Or you can unsummon them, get them back in the pool, and then bring them out again later. Corpse cart rolling back out. Both of them did die. So Kislev did a good job of shooting those down eventually. They just didn't do it quick enough. And I like the Incarnate Elemental. I even like having your Lord on the Frostworm. I think it's a good idea, but I think the magic was pretty bad. I don't think you want to bring the Death Frost. What you want to do is bring either Blizzard or Hawks of Miska, because both of those spells are amazing at punishing blobs, and, you know, blobbing is literally the name of the game for the vampire counts. That's all they want to do. If you're able to hammer down their chaff, and even the few expensive infantry units they do bring out, while taking a minimum of damage on your own infantry, that's how you just dominate the vampires. Vampires lose if they, if their models die outright and they crumble off the field before the perpetual healing really kicks into high intensity. The Blood Knights with 4200 value, Black Knights back here just occupying the attention of the Kossars. See if Hogs just goes for the straight up dive here. It's not really how you want to dive this position right now. You're kind of wasting the Vargeist by diving through the front of the cavalry. What you need to do, so send the Fellbats to occupy this Kossar that you just saw come in, and let the Vargeist fly behind these Kossars and then rear charge them. That way you break their leadership and you do extra damage, because the Vargeist pile into combat a little bit cleaner, and all of the models get their collision attacks off. Vargeist are an amazing shock unit. They don't have a good charge bonus, but their melee attack being as high as it is with Frenzy and having such good weapon strength makes them a beast at just massacring whatever they land on top of. Super cool and fun unit, and Hogs definitely made the riskier choice in terms of engagement, but did such a good job of executing the engage, it didn't even matter. So, really nicely done. I'm going to have to eat my words a little bit. This isn't what I would have gone with. I'd have been more conservative and pushed the number 2. And then if Kislev, you know, got a little too antsy, then I would send some units to try and push through the back line. It does help that there wasn't great magic for Kislev, though. So there is a little bit of a caveat there. And I would like to see the Blood Dragon Lord used a little bit safer. It's not a big deal that he died, like I said. I mean, he had kind of done his job, which was, you know, do some damage to the Ice Switch, pop Helmet Discord, debuffing the blobs, and giving the Blood Knights the opportunity to get a surround off and really just rip those big single entities to bits, dude. Which they did amazingly, by the way, as you can see. Blood Knights with 4,300 value is more likely than you think. They just eat up all the magic, and they will pay off dividends like nobody's business. This is a capital gains type unit, man. Lots of factions have units like this. Identifying them is very important. In Blood Knights, honestly, you really only ever need one in most matchups. There are a couple where you should bring more. Bretonia is one where you can bring multiple Blood Knights. You can go and bring max Blood Knights against Bretonia even if you wanted to. There's a couple others where they can do great. Grand Cathay is a good matchup for like double Blood Knight. But generally speaking, just having them on the field as anti-large specialists is all you need. And Cryptors and Vargeist can really just fill it out for you. I liked the inclusion of the Black Knights. It's good to see people using them a little more regularly. They're a pretty strong unit. They've got a really good charge bonus. And being Undead Cav and never routing is just nice for road blocking. The Black Coach was solid. The White Kings were amazing. They both got really good value. 1,200 and 1,400. White Kings are insanely powerful. I mean, they are beast mode foot characters. They have better HP pools than some of the lords in the game, which is kind of wild to think about. Like, let's compare for a sec. You got the vampire counts here. You got White Kings with 5,000 HP. And some pretty decent stats. And they got a lot of leadership. They got 70 leadership for an undead unit. There really aren't a lot of units on the undead rosters that get anywhere close to that. You know, Blood Knights have 65 leadership, and they're supposed to be like the elite of the elite. The Claw Nagash and ROR that costs 1,700 also has 70 leadership. And White Kings with their preferred kit, which is just Scab Scrape, costs 750. And they've got good defensive stats, good weapon strength, good chaff clear, armored, 90 armor, silver shield. And you compare them to... where the Dowie? Dowie got a lot of foot characters. You got Belagar's got like 5,900, but Lords, they only got 4,800. You come over here and look at some of their other characters. Garagrim, who costs an arm and a freaking leg, mind you. You know, you can cut him down to 800, but then he's losing a lot of his, like, good abilities. He costs 5,000. He has 5,000 in his own right, but with no armor. He can get beaten by double White King pretty easily. You got, like, Runesmiths with, like, 3,900. Black Orc Big Bosses, 4,100 HP. You look at some of these other guys. Skarsnik has a lot of health for a little gobbo. Gorbad's not too far off. More HP than the War Bosses. Orc War Boss. It's pretty heavy metal, man. They've got more than Wurzag and almost the same as Azag himself on foot. For just a fraction of the price of a lot of those characters as well. You really can't go wrong with them. There's a few matchups where they're not as good, but even in those matchups, they can still get some reasonably good value for you. And it's just nice having these dudes who have magic attacks as well. Like, against demon factions, the White Kings are just essential picks for that very reason. You can put them on horses, and they do pretty well there as well. And they're only like 950 gold at that point. So get rid of that. I did see a Thunder Barge game. You know what? Let's watch the, where'd the Thunder Barge game go? No. Oh my god, Counts versus Dowie. You brought a Thunder Barge against the Counts. Oh, we gotta see it. I don't know if this is gonna work. Vampire Counts have a lot of good flying units. Their lords are really strong in the air. We got Von Karstein Lord with the Storm of the Night. I was talking about it earlier in the stream. Really good against flyers of any and all types. Super curious to see if the Thunderbarge is going to be able to carry this one here. And I'll pause it for a second. I'll catch up on the chat. I'm getting so amped up into this. There's a lot of questions. Okay. We're going to pause when we get in here, and I'll answer them. Come on. Creeping Swamp's a fun map. There's a lot to like on this one. Okay. Give me a sec, guys. Main Zinch. Yeah, the Doom Knights, that was honestly... That rush worked really well against the High Elves. I really enjoyed that. Go for crazy builds like that, and you can just kind of see how you can do with it. Can you explain why Counts are bad against SEs? They're not bad against SEs per se, they just don't have a lot of good options against them. The reason that they struggle against single entities is they have to skew into their own really expensive lords heavily to counter those single entities, usually for a much higher cost, or they're relying on Blood Knights to do the heavy-duty lifting against the single entities. If your opponent is really good with their army compositions and their magic, then they can punish Blood Knights and keep them in check, and then the SCs into the Vampire Counts are going to just be able to rip, run, and roar all over your chaff infantry and clear them out. Yeah, and Broccoli put it very succinctly there. Shooting is the premier way to take out monsters anyways. And Vampire Counts don't have any shooting. Spirit Leech and Gaze of Nagash are both excellent spells. They're very, very expensive, though. And yeah, they're inefficient against, like, high HP monsters. They're good for character sniping, though. So, you know, Broccoli did a really good job of breaking it down. Broccoli has a very good grasp on the game. Struggle against Vampire Counts. My idea is Changeling plus Vortex Beast against them. So Festus into the Vampire Counts is really risky because of the White Kings. If your opponent brought White Kings, or even if they just have, say, a Blood Dragon Lord, Festus is going to get absolutely smacked up by the heroes that are available to the Vampire Counts. You probably just want to kite around the Vampire Counts as Zinch. You've got stuff like Flamers and Changebringers that can do really big damage. Blue Horrors are a really, really cheap, inexpensive answer to Crypt Horrors as well. You've got a lot of flaming damage that you need to take advantage of against the Vampire Counts as Zinch. I don't think it's an easy matchup, but it's definitely more doable for Zinch than a lot of other factions. Yeah, Blue Fire, great for shooting down the flank of expensive stuff. You've also got Pink Fire, which is pretty strong against Chaff. And you've got Tzeentch's Firestorm if they blob up a ton. If the vampire counts blob up in way too compact of a formation, you can use Tzeentch's Firestorm to just delete the entire blob, because it does so much damage to everything. Elites, chaff, all of those targets just fall apart if they get hit by it. That's a little bit more situational, though. Generally speaking, blue fire and pink fire are all you need. Cultists can be decent against the vampire counts, yes. And then you can bring the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch on the disc with his AP Halberd and bully the vampire counts characters. That's a pretty good way to go about it. Storm of the Night, Vargeist Rectum. You just gotta be really careful. Storm of the Night only has 100-meter range on it. Like, we can come in here and I'll show you. It's got 100 meters of range. Or actually, never mind. It's 150 meters. Forget it. Never mind. Ignore me. It's longer range than I thought. So Changebringers can still work, but you need to have, you probably want some kind of a, like a Gaze of Fate from Kairos or something, to be able to, snare the Von Karstein Lord. If you can snare the Von Karstein Lord, the Changebringers can then rock up and just roast him to bits. And you can also maybe even bring, like, a, Soul Grinder. Like, just one Soul Grinder of Tzeentch, just to throw the, anti-large spears at the casters and keep them back. And that would be a grounded tool that you can also potentially use against, corpse carts and get finishing shots on, crypt horrors or any, single entities that the vampire counts throw out. After this match, I can come out and I can maybe try and build you a Tzeentch army that would be decent against the vampire counts. I don't play a lot of Tzeentch. It would be a little speculative, and you definitely need to take it with a grain of salt and experiment yourself, but I feel confident that I can come up with something that would be, like, reasonably strong against them. Couple horrors. Yeah, pink horror is really strong, long-range, flaming damage infantry. Big tanky SE could be good. It is a little expensive. The other problem with Mutalith Vortex Beasts is they don't have a lot of armor. They're very lightly armored, in fact. They can get roasted or poked down by skeleton spears pretty badly. And skelly spears are incredibly common for the vampire counts. The only reason there are no skeleton spears is because they're fighting the Dowie, who have no large targets, so, you know. If it were any other faction, all of these skeleton warriors would probably just be the spear variant. Let's see what the Thunder Barge can do. I love the Thunder Barge. It's so cool, man. And Malachi is coming in with the Makaison's Persuader. So he will be trying to heal this thing up. He does have a pretty meaty heal for it. So the Thunder Barge is going to be really tough to take down. It's got a lot of HP. It's got 11,000. It's going to get a 17% heal. 17, or almost 1,800 HP added on with each of those uses. And I believe on 3 uses he does do a little extra healing past the heal cap. So the Thunder Barge really has about 16,000 HP to work with, which should be enough for it to just really, like, dominate the skies for a good chunk of this game. If it's gonna carry, though, it's gonna need to get, like, 7,000 value. That might be kind of hard, because the vampire counts can play a pretty mobile game, believe it or not. They may have really slow, low-quality infantry, but vampire counts have some of the stronger mobility tools in the game. They got black coaches for anti-infantry duty. They've got stuff like Vargeist. They've got Fellbats, Direwolves. We already saw Blood Knights and how strong they are against anti-large stuff. They've also got Black Knights, though, and, what are they? The Hex Wraiths and Cairn Wraiths can also do pretty respectable damage. Cairn Wraiths only have 48 speed, but they do have Frostbite, so they can catch stuff and just lock it down all game. Black Coach getting pummeled a little bit by blasting charges, but not that big of an issue. Really where this Black Coach needs to go, it needs to get out of this fight, need to turn it around, rotate out, and go after the Iron Drakes here. And run over these other minor blasting charges that are coming in here. Bombing run incoming! Big damage to the Skeleton Warrior there. God, dude, the bombs are so freaking cool. So a little bit of cap weight coming in for the Vampire Counts. They're going to struggle to take this point just because of the Thunderbarge being here. It is pummeling the Chaff Infantry currently. It is racking it up already, man. It's already got 500 value. Oh my god, dude. I really want to see a Thunderbarge Kira game. Are we just going to sit and watch the Thunderbarge POV all game? That would honestly be pretty sick. You can see them just like firing over the edge here, just having a good old time, picking and choosing targets. Storm of the Night does go down. The Thunderbarge does actually get spell resistance. So it does lose about 800 HP. Still reasonably healthy though. Vampire Counts do flip the number 2 here, and the Vargeists are on top of the Thunderbarge now, which is really scary for the Dwarves, because if they lose this thing, it's basically game over. Von Karstein Lord getting pretty beat up. The Quarrelers are also shut down by zombies and Fellbat summons right now, which is awful. Absolutely awful for the Dwarves. They really need stuff to be able to shoot these Vargeists off right now, and lacking that is giving plenty of time for this Thunderbarge to get worn out right now. It's got 2,500 value already. Come on, Malachi, heal this freaking thing, dude. Come on, you got the, you gotta pull the trigger, Hattie. Don't let this happen, man. Don't let the Thunderbarge die. Okay, he did get the heal off. So Makaisen's Persuader, you can see coming in here with the big heals. And the Vargeists are getting hit by the Quarrelers a little bit still. It doesn't look like it. It's just the guys on the side shooting it. I think the lack of micro on the Thunderbarge is going to cost the Dwarves this game, dude. It got 3,100 value. It did get it. It did pay for itself. A lot of stuff up on the number 3 here. I mean, you're holding this objective. But yeah, the Thunderbarge is routing now. The Lord for the Vampire Counts is beat to hell. Still alive, though. And the Devils of Schwarzhofen and the other Vargeist here do take down the noble blimp of the Dwarves. Hindenburg-ass moment here. And plummets into the ground and explodes. And Malachi's going to be having a really shitty day trying to repair that tomorrow. We all know he's not dying here. He's got plot armor. Gotrek and Felix will find him after the battle and pat him on the back and, you know, give him some Bugmans, and he'll be back at it the next day. Devils landing on the rear of the Miners here. White King's doing big damage. The Dowie did outmuscle the Undead on the middle objective here. We do get some Black Knights moving in with the Lances. Crypt Ghouls. Yeah, Crypt Ghouls moving up to the number 1. Really good idea. Great damage from the Iron Drakes over here, man. Big shots going in on the Konigstein Stalkers and the zombies. Corpse Cart trying to push up the hill. I don't think you need to be moving up there, though. Need to kill these Iron Drakes right now. This is the these are the units that you need to be very careful of currently. And these Vargeists coming in, getting a really good charge. Going to be clearing these guys out. Doing a pretty good job of locking them down right now. Oh, but a cannon in the 4th quarter here. Comes in, gets 3 really good shots off on the Von Karstein Lord. Really pummeling that guy. He does drop a zombie summon on the way out and is going to be backing. He's got just enough HP to not crumble out right now, which is really clutch for the vampires. They do flip the number 2. They're flipping the number 1. Fellbat shutting down the Quarrelers on the edge of the map here. Oh, beautiful snipe from the cannon, dude. That crew deserves, you know, some serious coin for those shots. I mean, wrecking the Von Karstein Lord here. And Malachi is just blobbed up by a ton of garbage. Or at the very least, tools that are not very effective against him. Alright, so this is something you need to be careful of, right? You've got Malachi, and he's just, like, here, in the middle of all of these units, right? You've got so much stuff here that nothing is able to hit him. Like, they're all blobbed up, and nobody is able to, like, get their attacks on target, except for, like, a handful of Graveguard. Very inefficient allocation of resources right now. What you should do is literally... This happens. Like, this happens all the time, even for experienced players. Just select everything, get that right click, drag it over, and just spread it all out. It doesn't matter how inefficient the spread is. You just need to get it all unblobbed, and then you can start giving orders once it's all decluttered. Think of it as spring cleaning. You gotta do this every now and then during your games. Vampires do have a double cap now. They got plenty of time to get the triple cap, which they desperately are gonna need by the end of the game. They did wear out one of the Iron Drakes. They're on death's bed back here. They can get cleaned up pretty easily. The other one is pretty healthy, though. It's got about half its HP and 21 models. Cannot leave these online at all. The White Kings need to move in and shut those down, hopefully. The Black Knights do get on top of the Iron Drake up top here. These guys finally getting shut down. Pretty good value on them. Don't know how long they're going to hold, though. Miners hanging in, and we've got more miners with blasting charges. Weren't the Ekron's miners up here? Or am I just a fool thinking that? I guess I am. I don't know where the Ekron's miners have gone. I could have sworn they were out here on the field somewhere, though. But there's really not a lot of infantry to hold this high ground position, man. And the vampire counts have really evened the value up. So, you know, I mean, they killed the big machine, the Thunder Barge. It was like the one thing really keeping the vampire counts honest on the ground. Now that they've killed that and ground out most of the Dwarf Warriors, despite, you know, being able to push up a reasonable amount of infantry and still being fairly even, they just don't have a good value trade piece left on the field. And, yeah, I mean, you unblob, and then you can leave, like, one unit like the Stearnsman here, and they'll just rip Malachi to pieces, just like they did now. So that was really smart. So, Hogs obviously attuned to that. Immediately killing Malachi after unblobbing everything here, and leaving the actual anti-infantry unit to do its job. White King fighting over here. They don't have Scab Scraith, which is fine against the Dowie because it won't do that much damage to anything other than Slayers. So just bringing them bare bones as beat sticks and cap weight on points is a pretty good use of them. Yeah, and you can see that tick rate, the HP they get per second is absolutely minuscule from the Unholy Lodestone. That really stacks up over the course of a game, though. You have no idea how often units will heal cap if you just keep the Unholy Lodestones next to them and drop a few invos on stuff. It's great, man. I love the Vampire Count's durability. And they haven't gotten a DLC since Warhammer 1, and they're still a very competitive faction. Which goes to tell you a lot about how well designed this game is. Like, a faction that hasn't been updated with DLC units in 6-7 years is still a faction that can get a top win rate with just solid fundamental play. The only buff that Vampire Counts got this last patch was Black Coaches got a buff, and Crypt Ghouls got a little bit more stats. That's really it. Everything else is about the same. And, yeah, they're your current #2 win rate faction for domination mode right now. Graveguard intercepting the Dwarf Warriors. Got a ton of skeletons here. So this is where, you know, I was talking about the cap weight for the vampire counts being awful, but if you can just throw this many bodies at the problem, who even cares if your opponent has high cap weight infantry? And just roadblock them for days. Really the best thing, though, that you can do with the vampire counts, something that Hogs had the opportunity to pull off here but didn't do for some reason, use your skeleton warriors and your zombies to just fight your opponent off of the point. Don't let them get their cap weight on it to begin with. Roadblocking a 450 gold Dowie warrior with a zombie that it's going to take them like 2 or 3 minutes to kill in combat is just agony. Like, as a Dowie player, watching that happen would probably immediately cause a serious, like, heart infarction of some type. I would be losing my mind watching that happen. You can pull it off pretty easily with the vampire counts. You just want to take ground with your really low quality infantry. They're really not good for anything else. They will almost never even get their 100 gold value back. Sometimes they will. It's very rare. Really, zombies are just here to stop your opponent from getting units on points and also just soaking up shit tons of damage. Yeah, rip their fangs out. Dowie color scheme looking pretty good. The vampire counts, unfortunately, as a faction, don't really have any cool color schemes. Their colors change a little bit, but it's mostly just different shades of, like, dusty gray and brown. It doesn't get much different than that. This particular faction does have the cool little pajamas on the zombies. I guess that's pretty awesome. See, they got the fluffy pants and shirts, which is kind of fun. That's about it, though. It doesn't really change all that much. Look at this crypt ghoul. It's missing an arm. It's pretty cool. Like damage reflected on the model is always pretty fun in any game. Even if it's just little stuff like that, where it's just like one animation set, gives a little bit of extra flavor. Direwolves trying to shut down the Grudge Rakers, who are in turn trying to kill this White King, man. I mean, this dude's been at about 1,000 HP for ages now, and he just is rocking up in here without a care in the world. White Kings are the ultimate no thoughts, head empty, no thoughts, head empty type of characters in the game. He's just running up in here, man, getting shot in the face. Using that shield, dude, holding up really nice. Whoever buried him with that needs some serious kudos. He's fighting with the Sternsmen, too. Sternsmen are a really awesome unit, man. Regeneration and really solid combat stats make these guys an absolute beast mode type of unit. They've been out on the field the entire game and have gotten 1900 value against the Dowie. And they don't even have, like, amazing AP or anything, which tells you just how strong they are as a unit. They're really good just stacked up on an Unholy Lodestone, because the Lodestone gives them a little bit of extra healing on top of the regen. And it just all comes together to be a really nice, like, unit that receives buffs really well, has good holding power, good cap weight, with just a little bit of decent micro and positioning on them. They will just totally ice people out of games like this. Like, the Dowie, just fully stuffed back now. There's no way they can even get close to the objectives anymore. The real key to victory for the Dwarves was keeping the Thunderbarge alive, and it just got collapsed on by the Devils and the other Vargeist unit. And when that happened, there was just nothing for it at that point. You can see the hovering bug going on there for a minute there on that Bargeist. But, I mean, look how quickly they pummel down multiple Quarreler units. Like, 2 of them are stacked on top of each other here, which does give the monsters units a pretty good chance to get their splash attacks on target, but they're just so efficient at clearing out armored infantry, man. And Quarrelers are no slouch. They've got respectable stats for a ranged unit. Thunderbards, 3,500 value. It needed 7,000 value. There was no way the Dowie were going to win unless this thing carried the game for them. It went down, and immediately the vampire counts just took the game over. You just gotta, like, twist and turn with this thing. And have shooting that can peel for it. If you don't have that, then you're better off with literally anything else. This isn't a truly cursed matchup, though, for the dwarves. It is really abysmal right now in terms of the win rate for the Dowie. They are getting their asses handed to them by the vampire counts currently. This is just the this is the current iteration on a counter build that the Dowie players have been scheming up in some of the discords. I honestly kind of liked it. I think just with that little bit of extra micro on the Thunderbarge, they could have maybe taken the game. You can't get complacent with big monsters like that. Yeah, I know it's got a lot of HP, but its stats are awful. And it will get hit as it's running away, but that little bit of extra space that it can make and the chance that units don't get their attacks off cleanly on it will make all the difference in the world. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Broccoli. I'll hit you up when Hitman Hippo sends me all the codes. Yeah, Mutalith was 1,500. I would say take it. 2,100. Yeah, some of the big monsters, man, come with the big price tag. I think the Mutaliths are slightly overcosted. They could probably get 100 gold taken off of them. They'd still be pretty well balanced. Don't want to go too overboard with it, though, because then you just end up with a single entity meta, which is no bueno for anybody, you know. I do really like the current balance in the game. I think it's very well tuned, especially for domination mode, which is, all things being equal, I mean, the lowest win rate faction is sitting at 41%, which, granted, you know, they're losing more games than they win, but that's, for 24 factions in a game, that's pretty awesome, you know? Like, every faction has good matchups. Slaanesh is arguably the only faction in the game that I think is poorly balanced, period. Outside of that, though, I think there's a time and a place for every other faction. Like, the more you play the game, the more you learn the factions, and the more experience you get with them, either playing as them or against them, the better you'll do with all of the other ones that are available in the game. I always argue that the knowledge gain in this game is exponential over time. It never slows down. There's always room for improvement. And the initial learning curve is pretty steep. But once you get over that initial hump and you have a pretty solid grasp, you can scrap with anybody. Even the highest level players lose games all the time. I mean, you can go and look at the leaderboard right now, and nobody has above an 80% win rate. Like, Oishi, who's the top tournament winner, is winning 74% of games. Granted, that's a really crazy high win rate. But when you're playing 300 plus games, you know, 87 losses is still a decent number. And that can happen at any time against anybody. Because I've seen people who are like brand spanking new come in and beat people who I've never even beaten. I've never beaten Oishi, and I'm pretty sure somebody who picked the game up like a month ago beat them recently. Yeah, they lost to this Blake guy who has played in all of 30 games and, yeah, started playing a month ago. Literally. Or a month and a half ago. Whatever. That goes to show you, man. Don't be afraid of anybody in this game. Get in there and just, like, try your hardest. And you'll be surprised at how well you can do. Alright. I've been going for 6 hours now. I'm gonna dip out. I appreciate everybody who showed up. And I'll be back with a stream tomorrow. Probably not as long. I'll do some replays. I'll do some quick battles. Monday I'll do a much more concentrated stream where I try to get through the rest of the replays that I've got here. So thank you for tuning in, guys. Peace out and take care.